for me.
Hello.
How's it going, guys? Michael, Tiger?
Oh, we still can't hear him.
All good? We can't hear him.
Dang it.
All right, something's going on there. Anyways, thanks for joining. Sorry, we had a little bit of technical issues on our side. We'll get the show on the road in just a second. To all our viewers, thanks for joining. Again, we do apologize for that. But yeah, let's not waste any more time. Tiger, do you want to take things away?
Yeah.
Show us what you got. Get the ball rolling, as they say.
Well, I'm hearing that darn echo again, but I'll try to ignore it.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, so let me just pull up my notes real quick here. Obviously, overnight, we had overnight for me, I should say, we had the Aussie dollar interest rate decision. Of course, everybody assumed that it was going to forecasted for going down 25 basis points, but it actually surprised and kept the same. So 3.85. So yeah, we had quite the spike in the Aussie dollar, and in fact, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here,
okay,
and show you what I'm seeing, because I might be looking at this a little different than probably a lot of people. So as you can see there, forecasted for 360, but 385 was the actual, so it essentially stayed the same. And then with that, if I'm looking at my top setups, as far as the Aussie goes, I still want to look to sell it. I've got a Euro Aussie dollar long potential trade and then an Aussie dollar Swiss franc trade. And so when I look at the reports, where am I at here? Go back over here. When I look at the Aussie dollar as a whole, I'm getting quite a bit of still negative news overall. So even though that spiked the Aussie dollar, I'm expecting it to come back. I'm expecting it to kind of give up those gains it did gain on that decision, because I mean, if we're looking at all the reporting, over the last month or two, there's a lot of red on there when you're looking at the AU impact. So yeah, anything under 50, that to me is more of a bearish signal. So yeah, I'd just be looking to match that currency up with something that's stronger. And if I go back to my Eco surprise meter, yeah, we got the Aussie down there at 33, but we've got the Euro at 83%. So that's really my current favorite pair, because if I look at the Euro economic heat map, I mean, I got a lot of blue, a lot of bullish stuff here. We've had some pretty good PMI reports come out over the last week, retail sales as well. We did have the unemployment rate that affected the EU, but I mean, other than that, everything else has been fairly good. Then we had a couple of neutral reports as well. So it's a really strong one at 83% positive. So that's really my favorite one. I actually did open up a trade last night as I was laying in bed.
Couldn't help yourself.
I couldn't help myself. Yeah. So let me just flip on over here to my charts, and I'll flip over to that Euro Aussie dollar. So we had that decision come in. Let me see here. Monday, it would have been 2300 my time. So that big, ugly red candle, which is strength for the Aussie dollar, of course, but weakness for the Euro because it's paired with it. So what I ended up doing was catching this candle right here just ahead of this kind of daily demand zone candle. And let me just hide my indicator real quick. So you see that was a red candle down before a move up. So that's the candle I essentially looked at, because when that price fell, and this is the same for all of the Aussie pairs, whether up or down, but if we just go to a 1 minute time frame, look at that big ugly candle.
Wow.
So that's all Aussie strength. And again,
that's crazy.
Yeah, with every Aussie pair, I mean, if it's like the Aussie New Zealand dollar, for example, then it spiked up. So anyway, what I saw was overall strength for the Euro and overall weakness for the Aussie dollar, even though that was a short-term, good news for the Aussie dollar, clearly, because that's the way the market took it. I decided to take the other side of it and end up short the Aussie dollar by the euro. So essentially what I did, if I flip on over here to my GUI trades, I just love saying that. Let's go find it here. Let's see here. Euro Aussie dollar. Essentially what I did was just bought kind of a momentum trade out of that. So I ended up getting long right here after it kind of clustered sideways for a while. So we had that big wick on the bottom on really all the lower time frame candles. So that tells me that the buyers really stepped in at the bottom. So I look at that as that's where the big banks would have stepped in. So what I did was I just put a limit order above that area right there, and then it tapped me in. Now, It's been going straight sideways ever since, but I'm okay with riding this thing out for several days or however many days it takes because, again, overall, I'm looking at this as Aussie weakness. It's just basically this is where economic reports or news catalysts can be temporarily, bullish or, temporarily good for something, drop it down into my demand zone where I want to take the opposite end of it. This is essentially what the big banks do. They manipulate price to find a better price to get into their overall orders. So, 4-hour time frame, as you can see, it's just been grinding slowly up for the last month, almost month, 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks. But I just look at it this way. If I'm looking at this swing low point and this swing high point, I'm looking to buy it low on the curve. You guys might have heard me talk about the curve a few times, but essentially it's the relationship of the swing low and the swing high. So to me, this area down here is low on the curve. And if I go back to my regular trading view just for a moment, this is where, let me reset my chart. This is where I pulled out the fun little drawing of the Hungarian flag the other day.
I remember that.
Yeah. So, if I'm putting the bottom of the flag to this swing low and the top of the flag to this swing high, I just pay attention to what the flag tells me. It comes down to the green area, right? If you just look straight across. So that's where I like to buy. That's buying under value on the, the higher time frame. So yeah, I just thought I would resurrect the old Hungarian flag there to show that. But yeah, that's really where
you have a screenshot of that on your desktop permanently, and you just pull it up there now and then.
Yeah, one of my instructors for the academy I went to, the trading academy, said that's what one of his instructor friends uses as their background, their screensaver on their computer.
Everyone else, if you don't know, if you're new in the office, will think you're Hungarian.
Right. So yeah, look, I don't think I got the most perfect entry because that is technically a demand zone, but price kind of curled around and came right back and flirted with that. I mean, if I draw that candle back real quick or draw that box back, I mean, it just barely missed it, right? So now it actually has pretty well wicked through the bottom of it. So what I ended up doing, if I just flip back on over to GUI trades real quick, I just essentially took now, again, we kind of had this conversation, how brokers they can be different looking spots, right? So when you look at that same candle on this chart, and I draw that rectangle in, let me go find it real quick. Then you can see where it's been mitigated earlier, like back in time, so July 6th. Okay. So it's different than the regular trading view. So I personally like to use the actual trading view as my main analysis point. So it looked good there. I'm going to roll with it. Again, I'm low on the curve. I did hit some demand. We had some pretty good volume coming out of that candle. Yes, it did come back. Yes, it did end up mitigating it on the GUI trades platform. But again, it's way better than where price was. I mean, if I go back, to that 1 minute candle, look, I could have very easily bought up here because my overall fundamentals favor alongside on the Euro Aussie dollar. So I just essentially took a big discount in my buy order. Obviously,
Massive discount.
Massive discount. Crab legs on sale.
Where's the target on that one, Tiger?
Yeah.
Pretty far up.
Yeah. Well, because I have such a wide stop loss, so I ended up putting the stop loss below this point. I would have normally put it under there, but because it is an interest rate decision, there's a lot of volatility. So I just decided to give it a lot more wiggle room and move it to the swing low. And then, as far as my actual profit target, I got it up here quite a ways.
Oh, nice.
Now, and again, I threw it so high because coming out of that, it could just go crazy. I mean, the big banks could manipulate it even higher. So when I'm sleeping overnight, if I get that big spike, then I don't want to just get out of a trade in this area. I'd like to try to get the rest of that potential. So yeah, sure. I mean, I've essentially, if I just kind of scroll out to my daily here, go back to my daily. Yeah, I just basically put it, below the top of that area. Again, more of a longer term, but I'll monitor it. I mean, if I break the high, then obviously I'll look to move my stop loss up, break even. And I might even, if the fundamentals change and price is up in this area, I may even just go ahead and close it out anyway. I didn't want to risk a ton on this trade, but I just wanted some skin in the game because, a lot of factors. Obviously, taking a trade at night and going to sleep, probably not the smartest thing to do, but I just felt very, very confident. Yeah, I felt very confident because when I'm looking at on my top setups page, I mean, it's giving me a score of a 7, so anything 5 or higher is a bullish bias. The only real things that affected it was the COT did favor the Aussie dollar over the euro as far as the big banks. But other than that, the CPI and the unemployment rate, that's really the only thing going against this bias. So got a lot of blue on the screen for all the other various reports, quite a few neutral reports that don't really affect it. So this is mostly a fundamental trade. So, but that's pretty well that for the Euro Aussie dollar. So again, several days to a week or so, we'll leave that open. But looking at the daily over here real quick, I didn't have the greatest looking daily demand zone. So what I did on this demand zone, I might have mentioned this before. So typically I'll do wick to wick like that. But because there was a lot of wicks up here, I ended up dropping it to the top of the real body and then the distal line, obviously, of it. So I just kind of turned that into a little bit of a daily demand zone as well, which clearly it hit. Yeah. I had to do a little bit of a daily and is rejected. So, we'll see how it goes. But I basically incorporated that whole daily zone for my stop loss, obviously below the low. So, and then other than that, just going back to my GUI trades here, I do still have that pesky pound Swiss trade on. Ooh, it looks like I got a nice spike. I'm gonna restart it or reset it. So that's good.
A pleasant surprise.
This is the one I shorted on. What is today? Tuesday. Shorted this one on. Let's see here. Oh, July.
Yeah, that was a little while ago. I remember that one.
Yeah. So looking at it on an hour time frame, I caught that supply zone candle. Big, nice drop after that. Came up and got me in the trade. Just kind of went sideways. And then this is another one that I put my stop loss up to this area just because looks to be a really good resistance point. Normally would have put my stop loss in this area. Looks like it might have gotten close right here to tagging me out. But again, I knew this was going to be something I was leaving open over the weekend. So I just incorporated those recent swings as well. And currently it looks like we're about 200 up. So that one's looking pretty good. As price comes down into my favor and gets in this area, I'll go ahead. It's getting close to a 1-to-1, so I may pretty soon move it at least to break even, and then I'll just kick this stop loss further down just to test and see how much how greedy I can get, if that makes sense. So, and the only other trade I have open at the moment is Bitcoin. So that's another one I got in on July 4th. Probably not the greatest time to do it, but I just liked that area on a 2-hour zone. Now, obviously, GUI Trades doesn't have the 2-hour, but on our trading view, it just looked really good on the 2-hour. So I did get in here, went up, come down, and it looks like it's wanting to just kind of chop sideways a little bit. But yeah, that was the one that I looked at as more of a strictly technical trade because the fundamentals only gave me like a 2 or a 3. So it wasn't quite the 5 or higher for the fundamentals. But I don't know. Sometimes you get that feeling in your gut. You've seen enough trade patterns, from a technical standpoint to just, sometimes it's hey, yeah, it's just, I don't know. I just felt good about it. So we'll see if I'm right or wrong. If not, no big deal. Betting small amounts on these trades. So more so just to kind of get used to the platform because the speed isn't good. But yeah, I like it. That's the 3 trades I'm in right now. And I know we don't have a lot of time since we're moving through that other stuff. So I'll come back if I find another one here. So yeah, if you guys have anything you want to add or jump on.
Yeah. I'm actually in Bitcoin longs too. It's not working out too well. But, let me see.
Oh, now the echo's gone. There was a bit of an echo, but anyway, looks like we're echoing a lot today. All of us.
Yeah. I don't know. We definitely have some issues today for sure. Say the least.
Drinking from a fire hose.
It should have been Monday today, not Tuesday.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool. Let me. Here we go.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me stop sharing. Sorry.
Oh, it just cut off, so I got it.
We'll figure this all out.
So I got a few of them here. I'm actually liking Bitcoin myself. I got
like self Bitcoin.
Here. Let me see, where is it? Oh, here it is here. Yeah, so I'm on the long side on Bitcoin. Basically at break even here. Not doing too well, but I actually like this setup, right? So as I always draw, I got my 5,200 cross. So as soon as this happens, I'm long. Now, I did see this move over here, right? Which technically could be considered as a move. But I think I mentioned I would have wanted it to come back and give me a real leg. So I didn't count that one, right? So I'm actually counting this one. This is the move I kind of want to see going long, right? We got everything else that we really need. We got our market baseline is now below the static, so we got this reload. If we look at the 4-hour chart, you can see this previous candle is above this 13 EMA, so I'm liking that. And I'm expecting them to pull back a little bit, like pretty much where they are now, touch this red 13 EMA, and then kind of shoot up. So for it to be pulling back right now, it's not too big of a deal. But yeah, this is definitely a nice setup. I took this with my group earlier today, and
I see in it.
Pretty nice. So
Nice.
Yeah, not bad at all. Not huge. 1 for 1.5.
Okay.
So decent. This is my first setup that I'm in. My second setup that I'm actually in, which I really like, actually, is S&P 500. Right. This is my favorite setup. Right, as I always draw.
The Mona Lisa.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. This will do it right here. The only thing that I don't like
the Hungarian flag, you should bring up Mona Lisa on the side there.
Right. You can clearly see we got this same exact pattern here. Break below, retest this zone, and drop. Right? So this should be a really good one. The only thing that I don't like about this, which I end up putting half my risk on, is the fact that we don't have the 4-hour confirmation. If you look at this last red candle, this is technically above this 13 EMA, even though it's right on the line. Like they're like pulling a fast one on us right now. We got this wick towards the bottom, kind of came back up, and now it's kind of rolling over. So I don't have my full risk on this. It's not perfect, but it's nearly perfect. It's one confirmation away from being a perfect setup, which is that 4-hour confirmation. So
textbook.
Lock this and delete the nearly textbook. This is almost freaking perfect. Right. Even if we look at the TDI, my TDI agrees. We can see that the market baseline has gone below the static right here. And then I really, really love how at one point you can see over here, the RSI line and the signal line was above the market baseline for the drop. So this is almost perfect, guys. Like perfect. Just missing that one 4-hour confirmation for this to be an A+ setup for me. It's more like a B+ right now. So that only constitutes half the risk.
Sounds like a vitamin.
It's better than my minus algebra grade.
Right. So super close on this one. And then lastly, we have, I'm liking UF as well. UF is doing decent here. I like this close above, right? This close above this 200 here, kind of pulled back. Of course, we should have some little bit of resistance right here at the blue tracer, which is yesterday's high. But once this actually breaks past this and closes above it, this would be really good to go. So super close. I believe, I don't even know what my fill is at 83. Yeah, so we're in at 83 on this one.
Nice.
Yeah, so pretty much about right here.
So you got quite a few there.
Yeah. I was surprised. I was actually surprised to see this. So we'll see how they all turn out. But yeah, actively in those three, and then I'll just go over GU and GJ really quick. Not really feeling these two too much, for the simple fact that although this looks great, you guys can kind of see the same kind of setup here, right? So we got the M top, we got the break, and then we got this shoulders pattern, for the simple fact that once we get this 5,200 cross, I don't want it to run right to this. I want it to come back, right? So I would have preferred it to do this. Just give me that real M structure and then drop. I would have loved to take that move. And simultaneously, if you look here, let's see if we cross it here, right? If you look at the market baseline, which is the yellow one, you see it never went back above this static line here. And that's a no-no. Like for me, that's a hard no. It literally has to come up, make that reload, and then go down. So all this setup that I have here, which is the M or W off the 200 EMA, it has to have the reload. If there's no reload, there's no trade. So this one, they just snuck in there. Although it did go short, which, you know, we anticipated, it didn't confirm short. So this is nothing for me. So pass on GU for me. Not too much to say about that one. And then GJ, right? GJ was really funky. It's just been doing its own thing, to say the least. This has really been doing its own thing. Now, we could beg to if someone was to say, hey, well, we got the 5,200 cross. We kind of have this head and shoulders pattern here, right? Just a little bit, and close above. You could have took that, stops below here, target up there. That would have made sense, right? We had the market baseline go below the static as well. that wouldn't have been bad at all. I mean, to be totally honest. Now, the way that this setup was a little bit different because it kind of gave us twists and turns in here with all these EMA crosses. But, you know, that wouldn't have been a horrible setup. If someone would have told me that they took this long, I wouldn't have had anything to say about it. I could justify taking this long. Nice 2-for-1 here. Now, this did set up at later in the day, right? So 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, if he was up for that, you know, that would have been nice. But yeah, that's pretty much it. But I just always love to show how this structure of the pattern, right? It always, for the most part, if it confirms, it'll go. The hard part is seeing it and being up, right?
Yeah.
That's the hard part. Right? Because this is definitely right. This is nice. And we all know that the head and shoulders pattern, I mean, is typically will give you about 80% of a hit rate. So a head and shoulders pattern in level 2 off the 200 EMA with the 4-hour confirmation, that should go. Now, if you're up for that, that's a whole nother story.
Yep.
Right. But yeah, I think that was about it for me. I was looking at, so these three were pretty close. If you can kind of see these. Oh, so look at this. So the only thing that kind of separated, and this is what I mean when I'll say some of them are really close, but you can't take all three of them. So what you would want to do is pick the best one. Right. So although NAS 100 looks pretty good, the fact that the 1350 crossed to the downside here, and then it crossed right back up to the upside here, that's the part that makes me say, that was not the best. Right?
Yeah.
So we got NAS 100, we got US 30. Yep. Now, if you look at US 30, this one is the furthest because once we had this 1350 cross, price never comes back to actually touch this 50. It just kind of starts going down, right? So this one is definitely a no. It needs to touch the 50 for it to actually be confirmed. So this is a no. And then if you look at S&P, this is why I like this one the most, for the simple fact that this one is giving you what you need, right? This one gave you the 1350 cross. It pulled back, it touched the 50. And as you see, unlike the NAS 100, the 1350 never crossed back up to the upside. It just stayed down. So that's why I like this one the most out of these three. Even though they were all close, right? This one was the best of the three.
All right.
I took this one today.
So you want that 13 to stay below the 50 on that example?
Yes. Like if we go, let's say if you look at this 13 and the 50, the blue stays above the red the entire time. If you look at NAS 100, as I just showed, this crossed back up right here. That's what I don't like. I don't like that it crossed back up to the upside like that, because technically this makes this pattern long again if the 13 is above the 50. Right. So that little is like a little nuance there. That little bitty piece is the difference maker. Now, will NAS 100 go? It probably will. It probably still will go. But I'm not going to take it. I would rather just put everything on this one, like my position on this one. And again, I didn't even put my full position on, only put on the half because we don't have the 4-hour confirmation. So I'm not going to chance that.
He's done.
Yeah, that's pretty good, guys. Yeah,
cut and dry.
Well.
We still have 15 minutes left since we were a bit late. So
yeah,
that's
pretty much it for me. Yeah, go right ahead.
Ooh. Pound Swiss driving.
There we go. Crude oil. Remember, we were looking at crude oil yesterday on a week. Still using this downward sloping pitchfork above the median line and the upper median line pretty well. And then I ran a line parallel to some of the inner swings that occurred that failed to reach the upper median line, right? So that gave me that interim target or potential draw towards 68.60. Again, I'm looking at a weekly here. Let's quickly just jump to 4-hour. This was that little drawing I did yesterday. There was a fair value gap. After price broke above that range, it was stuck in for quite some time, pulled back into it, and moved back upwards again. So I want that price to pull into that fair value gap, still have a alarm set just slightly above that. And it does look like price is heading towards that. I'll probably, because the line's sloping downwards, have to update that price a little bit. So let's call it 68.50-ish plus minus. So my expectations would be that price at very least could reach that level. Now, trying to just jump into a trade at the current levels, in my opinion, would be stupid. I would need some sort of a pullback, ideally into that fair value gap. But as you can see, obviously, price hasn't done that just yet. So got my alert still set there. I'm not going to force a trade here, and rather wait or hope that price will, pull towards that fair value gap, trigger my alerts, and then see if I get some sort of reaction from it. And if there's a good risk-reward ratio towards that 68.53 level, then so be it. I'll get into a trade with that. Nasdaq quickly. Let me just share that tab, and don't forget about that. Price has sort of been drifting sideways during the London session, moved up during the Asian session, and now during the New York session, was stuck in a little bit of a range. It was probably a good thing because we were still busy with our tech issues. And then we had this decline downwards. So maybe not a good thing because this could have probably led to a nice trade here. That being said, price just hit the 61.8 retracement from this low that was set yesterday to today's current high. But, that's just a fib retracement. In the bigger scheme of things, if I have to go to a larger time frame, just get rid of that. Risk reward meter. And the way I'm viewing things is that this could potentially just be corrective. And that's it. The price is moving up again. But it's interesting that Michael was also mentioning that he's thinking it could move lower. Now, got that suspicion as well. Why is this thing not? Hang on 1 second. I actually hate it. So what I'm thinking or suspecting here is that this could turn into, and I'm viewing this all as corrective, guys. It's either an ABC, an X, and then another ABC, giving us a combo type of formation before price moves back upwards again. That being said, to negate that, if price obviously now breaks above today's highs, then I'm just going to have to treat probably from tomorrow onwards for the rest of the week this as just a corrective move. Maybe this being a 1, a 2, I'm going up, going on higher. But we also have that tariff thing tomorrow, right, Tiger? Is that actually an announcement or meeting or what's going on? Because that could definitely throw a spanner in the works for the bullish side of things.
Yeah, basically, he's just sending out all the letters. He must have slept in today, President Trump, because normally he tweets. I mean, not tweets, but does his truth socials at all hours of the day. But I didn't see anything off his account this morning. So he must have got tired of sending out all the letters and slept in. I don't know, but probably not. But it's just funny to not see him text or send out a truth post so early in the morning. But
truth socials.
Yeah. So tomorrow's the deadline. The
Is that
official
what you call it?
Well, yeah, his social platform. I tell everybody, like, a part of my job
Yeah.
as a Forex trader is to follow everybody, follow the presidents, the prime ministers, because every time they open their mouth and flap their lips or put a post, I mean,
Right.
it moves markets. So love him or
Yeah.
hate him, it's probably a smart idea for everybody to just get a Truth Social account just to follow what he says, because it does it. Everything he posts definitely
Yeah.
moves markets to some degree. But yeah, deadline is tomorrow. He's obviously sent out all the letters. August 1st is when those tariffs start. Now, he's still going to be working some deals with some of the bigger trading partners that we have in the U.S. But from what it looks like, he's sending out those letters to all of the countries that maybe we don't have the biggest trading relationship with, and just saying, hey, this is what you got. I'm open
Yeah.
to negotiations. We can come to the table along the way, but just to get started, this is what it is. So, but yeah, the Eurozone, Japan. I mean, he's definitely working
Jeez,
with
guys,
them.
as I was saying that, look at that strong move high here on Nazi.
Nasty. Yeah, I did
That
have
was
a.
probably an interim low. I would like to see SMT at the bottom, smart money timing technique, which I'm not seeing. So a temporary divergence between the Nasdaq and the ES, which I'm not seeing at the moment. They're still highly correlated for the time being. So no trade there, guys, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, I had an alert hit while you were chatting on New Zealand dollar, US dollar, but I don't quite have
You
my
want to jump over
fundamentals.
there and quickly show us?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, let me do that real quick.
Yeah.
We'll just take a quick peek. Oops, sorry, wrong one. I got so many brokers on my computer. Yeah, just flip it. Just looking at the New Zealand dollar, I did have my alert hit. Now, this is another one where the candles are a little different. So if I turn off all my drawings, you can see where it created that zone, that demand zone right here. I don't personally like it. The algorithm thinks it's a zone, but I don't like it because the red candle. It didn't come all the way down here. You know what I mean? So it's just a tiny little red candle. If I zoom in, just a tiny one.
Yeah.
Actually, is that
Very
even
small.
Yeah. So
Right.
I don't personally see that as a demand zone unless that would have been a wick or something down to here, or the body. So I'm basically going to ignore it. But not only that, when I flip on over to my setups tab, New Zealand dollar is only giving me a score of a 3. So I would have personally liked to seen some love sent New Zealand dollars away, or the retail traders. I would have rather seen them trying to short sell it, because obviously I'm trying to buy it, right? So any one of those combinations, or employment numbers, unemployment, interest rate. So yeah, I just don't have enough fundamental reasons to even get into that trade, even if I would have liked that zone. The reason I had put my alerts there was to still watch it, because when I turn my drawings back on, it does have the 61 level going right through it, the 61.8. Another thing I like, if I'm looking at just a pure master pattern bias, is I do have on a 2 hour, the contraction point, the liquidity grab up front, liquidity grab on the bottom, but also running into what it said was a zone, and not to mention the 61.8. But yeah, for me, it's two reasons I'm going to skip this one. It's because it's an ugly candle, and then obviously the fundamentals. Now, if I go down to a 1 hour on TradingView, then I've got a 1 hour candle. But so I may still keep an eye on it. I might end up taking that. Pretty good exit velocity on the way out. Volume, gradually growing on the bottom there, the VSE candles. So yeah, I may keep an eye on that. If it just dips down a little lower, I might take a small stab at that. It's only about a 10, 12 pip range if I'm looking at this candle right here. So, yeah, I mean, I'd probably be throwing a little bit wider of a stop loss on. But again, I didn't have but a score of a 2 on my on my fundamentals. So probably just going to ignore it and see if I can get a good piece of news, come out over the next couple of days. If I look at the calendar, just by the way, so today we do have the New Zealand rate statement coming out. But as far as the dollar, yeah, we'll see how the Thursday unemployment claims data treats it. Maybe even the FOMC minutes tomorrow. I mean, that might help my New Zealand dollar, US dollar bias. So, and clearly, if New Zealand shocks us all and they raise 15 or 25 basis points on their chart, on their rate tonight, then that might give me an extra reason to possibly take a stab at it, because that would obviously change my interest rate number on my top setups page, give me another point or two. So yeah, I'm gonna keep an eye on that. I mean, there's gonna be a lot of volatility at that time, 9:00 Central my time. But I mean, there's two things I can do. I can stay the heck away from it, or I can just get into a small position and see if we get a little bit of an increase, and ultimately see if that rate decision could push it higher. But I don't like how small the zone is. So to be quite honest, as I speak it out and listen to myself talk, I'll probably just talk myself out of it, because if that would have been a 40 pip zone, 50 pip zone, then I would have felt more comfortable about taking a stab at it. But it's just too small.
Right. So that the software actually shows zone there.
What's that?
Does your indicator actually show a zone there?
A zone? Oh, yeah. Let me get rid of my drawings.
Because you were saying your software does show a zone there, but visually you picked up.
So I think it's because I have my numbers way down. Let me do this. Let me add in a few more zones. That should do it. Remember these adjustments? Yeah, see. So on an hour, it's got it. It's got it, a zone. But again, it's just kind of small and puny. I like bigger zones. I mean,
it's like you get references as well, and you also got to double check your indicators sometimes, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to keep an eye on it. If it comes down, remember that 61.8 level is there as well. So if I can get a good hard exit off the bounce of that candle, then I'll probably, I don't know.
Not quickly, guys. You're still there on Forex Factory.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got to remember that. Yeah, if I just go back and just move that down to just the 1 hour candle, I mean, it's right on that 61.8 level. So, I mean, I do like it from that aspect. If I get a good hard wick in there, or a big, good, and nice looking engulfing candle, I may just go ahead and take a stab at it and just hope that price raises, up into this area by the time that decision comes out tonight. Because obviously when it comes out, we're going to get all kinds of volatility, right? So,
for sure.
Especially if it's up or down. But if it's neutral, I mean, either way, we'll still have volatility. So that would really be my game plan. Wait for price to come down. Hopefully I get price moved in the direction I like, so that I can have that wiggle room. So, but yeah, I'll just put I'll probably do 0.2% risk on this, rather than my normal 0.5%.
Okay.
So that's about it.
Next time. Guys, we still got 3 minutes left. We've got quite a few viewers in the room today. If there's any questions from our viewers, please do ask. And we do apologize for a little bit of technical issues that we experienced early on. But such is life sometimes.
We shall
have problems. But we shall succeed.
That's right.
Yeah.
Me now.
Let me just quickly jump back here on the Nazi, and then we'll revert back.
Richard, it touched your 4 hour fair value gap yesterday.
It did, yeah, on the high time frame, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that is, don't even mention that, because that really irritated the hell out of me, because I was asleep. I was waiting for someone to bring that up. But
You
you're
are
right.
you are so awesome. You picked it.
Yeah, look, I picked it when it was a bounce, but is this not a bounce? You know, see, it's doing a thing again where you can't scroll for some reason.
Oh, I don't have the message there anymore. Remember yesterday that annoying message was
Yeah,
popping up? It's not there anymore.
maybe they were listening in to our conversation.
Yeah, they did. They went.
But I think even if you to do this, look at this. Beautiful, what looks like, oh, come on, man. There's a little bit of lag on my screen. Something like that.
It's Maximum Overdrive. Have you guys seen that
No,
movie?
maximum overdrive. Yeah, so you see how price basically altered there at that lower median line and start shooting back up. So yeah, it pulled beautifully into that lower median fair value gap that formed on a 4-hour.
Yep.
And reached a little bit of confluence between that and also the lower median line of that pitchfork. And now it's moved back up, potentially giving us a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to start off this new move, maybe an ABC. And if it really starts impulsing to the upside, I think there'll be a lot of opportunities to still get into this. But unfortunately, we have reached the end of our session. Again, we do apologize for the delay. We came on a little bit late today, but there were just a few things we needed to iron out on our side.
We'll get her fixed, and then
Guys,
we'll come back better than ever.
Yeah.
better than ever.
Better than ever.
Unfortunately, we're not younger than people, but better than anyway.
Yeah, better than
Michael,
ever.
Tiger, pleasure as always.
Absolutely.
Have a good one to all of you.
Yep. Enjoy.
All the best. Have a good one.
Catch you guys tomorrow.
All righty.
Take it easy.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
Howard, Igor, the dream team. I haven't seen you guys in ages. This is fantastic.
It's been a while. It's been a while, I tell you.
I like your suit, Howard. That is
Yeah.
very special.
Got to make the effort. So I know some of us don't, you know.
Clearly. Igor, how are you, my friend?
I'm okay. Okay, busy a little bit, but okay.
No, it's great to see you all. Right. So, okay, where are we at? I mean, who wants to start? Howard, you got anything buzzing?
To be honest with you, not a whole lot buzzing at the moment, I'm afraid. So maybe Igor can kick it off. I've got stuff I'm waiting for, but not buzzing right now. So yeah.
Igor, you always got something, right? Igor, you've always got something.
Yes, of course.
In your trading lair.
Yes, let me start from the beginning. I will just share my screen right now. So actually today was really volatile day. I didn't expect this way of the movements in the market today. First, what I want to tell you that whole this week I had very bad performance, and I struggled to figure out why I have so problematic performance. And if we go, for example, on the weekly chart, I mean, just start from that. This pattern we can see, and for gold and the euro, dollar, and British pound dollar, and for various currency pairs. I will just take my favorite British pound dollar. So what is interesting, just to share with all of you, is that we have, look this, in January, we have a strong bullish weekly candle, and then couple candles sideways. And then from the March, we have that pattern too. For example, big bullish candle, and then 4 weekly candles sideways. Then 2 bullish candles and 4 sideways, etc., etc. So this is really frustrating, because when I analyze these 4 weeks candles, I figure out that market is really hard to trade, and there's so many moves that sometimes without any logic, you have a clear strength in one way and just change everything in a couple of minutes without any fundamentals, without any news or something like that. However, related to this story, this was my little introduction. I want to start just from the yesterday. So we had a tweet from the Donald Trump. This is the long early bearish candle, and that tweet moves the market and stock market and US dollar. US dollar just went to the sky, and it's always about tariffs. And I know that all that news are really should be the rubbish for the market, but we got some movements. And after that, I realized that whenever the Trump creates some tweet, that tweet has huge impact 60 minutes. And after that, usually the markets start to recover or try to go in direction before that. And
is that 60?
Same thing happens yesterday.
Sorry, Igor. Is that 60 minutes because that's the time it takes before he tweets again? Is it like 60 minutes before the next tweet? Is that why it's 60 minutes, or is there another reason?
60 minutes after that tweet, the markets start to recover from that move usually, and that happened just yesterday, and that happened a couple of times. I remember a few weeks ago, I was with Howard. It was Friday, and the same thing happened. It was a strong bearish move, and after that, everything aligned and went in the good direction. So that tweets we need to learn to trade, because this is so common. we have more tweets from Donald Trump than important news on the weekly calendar. So this is the really, but it's very hard to understand all of that, because it's just I can say politics, and it's just nonsense in my point of view. Sorry if someone maybe thinks different, but it's really rubbish for me. But what I wanted to tell is the moment that we really had something very interesting here, related for the euro dollar, British pound dollar, and the dollar index. So in the beginning of this month, we started with a small bearish move after the highest high that we had in the last of the June, and whole this week we are fighting here between 1.3560 and 1.360. I can tell 50 and 80, some range here, and we're really some kind of the range. But today, after we got a false breakout upside, we started to go down, and this was something that it was an uncommon move for me, and I will just show why I'm thinking that. So I will do something that I'm doing very often. I will draw relative strength index in 1 hour chart, relative strength index, and you can see this. We 4 dots that we can connect for this trend line, and today we went above this trend line. We broke the trend line, and the price during the UK Open just started to go very close to 1.365, and after that we started one very strong bearish push down, which is right now active, and this is the something that I missed the opportunity to enter in the trade, but my bias during the UK Open was bullish, and that was the problem why I didn't enter in this trade. And I after that move after the UK Open, I figure out, okay, we will have the move trend line here, and then I will try to enter into the trade. However, now we are so that we went more than 100 pips down during the whole day, and we are starting to recover in last 1 hour, and we will see will we recover at all during this moment. Now, about the setups and about ideas of the trades, what I have some interesting. I will go that it can be maybe interesting that I just. So this is this trend. It's not some important trend line, nothing special.
No, there it is. I can see it. That's good.
But I'm trying to draw something like this. Yes. So what's happened right now? We had this free legs. So when you touch the low and the price start to go below that low, there was a book from the Mr. Gant, and he figured out that usually that happens. We can have maximum free lows, and that happened here today. So we started to go down, and we made 3 big lows, and after the last low, we broke this trend line. Now we went down. This is some kind of retesting, and we are pushing higher again. So maybe one of the ideas that I maybe can create today, it's not a setup, it's just idea, is to maybe try right now some buy trade where the stop loss will be the last hour low and the target to be open. Why I'm talking about that? If this trend is just temporarily, we can see maybe a higher push upside in next days. if this trade is maybe a bearish trade, we need to have some kind of recovery because we're really oversold right now, and we touch ultimate low for on a 1 hour chart, 30-minute chart, even the 4 hour chart. So this trade can be maybe some kind of recovery, but this is for the low risk trade. Just people should risk very small amount of money if they decide to enter in this kind of the trade. So this is the only thing. But like I said, when you have so big bearish trend and you try with some counter trade, that it's not always the good stuff, and it's not the ASAT for sure. This is the just one trading at the end. Can be maybe interesting for someone. On the euro dollar, I just want to show this. It's very similar situation, but we didn't have so big move down like for British pound dollar. As we can see, the low from the yesterday was not broken. We are above right now, above the yesterday low. This is interesting. So after that, I usually watch the US dollar index, and the US said it was so many days and weeks US dollar weak. So this recover, I don't know, should we watch as a breakout or a temporarily or what? It's really hard. What is interesting for the US dollar index, this is something that I discussed with Howard in weeks ago. If we go to the monthly chart, the trend line I'm talking a lot of these days, that going from the actually I think more from the 2008, more than 15 years trend line, and last week we touched this trend here. As you can see, this bullish monthly candle. So the similar chart is on weekly time frame too. I will just go on weekly. So very similar. And like I said, we have some kind of reaction. One of the questions that I ask myself is this reaction is just 1 or 2 weeks, or maybe this is the crucial big moment for the US dollar that can start to go up in the next 6 months, maybe more. So this is the question. And right now we are in some kind of the very important moment. Even if I go to the British pound dollar and a daily chart, I will just show that. If I go there, as you can see, broken today. We don't know the closing price for today, but if we start to go down or be around these levels, maybe this trend line is broken. And that can be very interesting for the trading perspective, because this trend line is from the beginning of this year, from the January. And this is very important moment for me. So I really want to find a bias for the next days, for the next weeks. And right now I struggle a little bit because we are in the moment when market can switch. And this is my bigger concern right now. And for all others, currency pairs, we are nowhere. Wherever we have a US dollar is bullish. Other currency pairs a little bit bearish. But as you can see, it's a really small movements for Aussie dollar and Kiwi dollar, while US dollar, Japanese yen pushing higher the last 2 days. But this push higher is, for me, dangerous to enter into the trade, just because of the fundamentals, because the Japanese government find the way how to increase the strength of the yen. They're big trouble. Yen is big trouble for them last years and months, and maybe they're ready to do interest rate increase or something, and they struggle in various ways. Maybe they will do intervention in the market or something. So for me, it's a little bit dangerous to trade US dollar, Japanese yen. I would like to sell. I would like stronger US Japanese yen, but of course, right now it's not smart because of the very, very strong US dollar. So this is the something that I watch. Nothing special, trading ideas. Only this idea related to the British pound dollar that I have right now, but other ideas I don't have right now. So this is the trade that maybe I will make today, but I had a pretty few losses this week, and I don't feel comfortable trading this week. I don't know why, but I just want to hear your perception, guys. How do you feel this week, and your trades? Do you have bias and everything?
I'm running for the hills, mate.
What do you think, guys?
Right now. I'm running for the hills. So I completely understand what you're saying, and I think if you Igor, I know how experienced you are, right? So if you and your instincts are saying not to trade this week, nobody should be trading this week, right? So I'm following you, Igor. I'm gonna follow you. I mean, how are you feeling about the week?
Yes, so, do you know what? Very, very similar kind of thing. I think we had non-farm payrolls Friday. A lot of volatility there, and we saw some dollar strength kind of just basically since then. So it's really a case on the currency side. We're just seeing an extension of the correction against the dollar downtrend, but I think we're getting fairly close to some good levels to start reselling the dollar. But again, I think I'd like to see a little bit of confirmation first. Let me just share my screen. Should have got 1 second. Okay. Okay. Can you see the chart we have here?
I think we're just bringing it up now. Yep, there it is.
Cool. Okay. This is daily euro dollar basically. So yeah, we're just correcting back from the recent major swing high. I think basically we had that real kind of accelerated phase there. Kind of nearly every day was to the upside. So we're just seeing that natural reaction to that. That kind of pushed the RSI well into overbought territory. So what we're seeing is this thing kind of unwind from overbought, and the pink lines that I've put on here are basically 40 to 50 on the RSI, and that's not such a bad buy zone usually in a bull market. Most people they pull the RSI out the box and they think, well, I've got to wait till it gets to 30 to buy it and above 70 to sell it. But when the market is trending, these levels shift in the direction of the trend. So I'd say between 40 and 50 is not a bad place to think about kind of trade location for entering longs. And sometimes when the trend is quite accelerated, it actually bases out above, which it did on that last swing here, I think around 55, 56. So for me, we're kind of in that, we're kind of just nibbling the top of the buy zone, if you will.
Yeah, no, you're right to point that out, Howard, because it is. You're right. You open up your RSI indicator, you take off the plastic wrapping, and you go, how does this work? Right. So when it's overbought, I sell. Right. So when it's over, and you're absolutely right, because there is obviously a bullish premise where the RSI stays quite hot and it moves above what the median line or whatever it's called, above that 45, 50 kind of range. So I mean, you both agree with Igor here as well. Like, you see the RSI is a very versatile indicator. You can use it for patterns, to spot divergence, and of course support areas as well. So yeah, absolutely, it's a really good point, Howard. Thank you.
So yeah, so I think that in conjunction with the the price action, and for me this is just a natural correction of that big kind of move that we saw up. We're still way above the last reaction high, that the broken resistance, which is what 116.32. So I think somewhere between 116.32 and probably 117 is the place to buy this for the next swing higher on a multi-day, multi-week basis. But with regards to timing it, obviously, I'd like to actually get a buy signal on the shorter term stuff, and I don't really have that right now. So I'm kind of in hold mode, but just waiting to jump on a buy signal. It might come tomorrow. It might be one of these things where we get a kind of a narrow day today. We've marginally broken through yesterday's low, so that could be the initial part of the trap that sucks in the late sellers to this recent decline, and then tomorrow we get the closing of the trap. So that's really what I'm looking at on euro dollar.
You're gonna be the one closing the trap, right? You're the one closing the trap.
Well, when it closes, I'll be jumping in.
So you want to get trapped? Ah, you're that kind of
guy. I'm waiting for the trap to close, and once it's closed, then I'll know which way to go.
Yeah, because if you know the trap's there, it's fine, right?
Yeah. But once the door has been slammed shut on the sellers, then that's when we know we can go in.
Yeah, good. That sounds like a good point.
So yeah, it's kind of that's really euro dollar. It may have already formed. I'm just looking at the short term stuff here. We've had this kind of little push through yesterday's low, and these are the sellers that are coming in that are a bit late to the party. So this could well be the bottom of the market. But again, I think I need to see the thing kind of head up and start to base out, and then maybe tomorrow we'll come in and say, oh, yesterday was the low of the market. That could well be it. But looking at the structure from the high, I do use Elliott wave, and one thing that we look for when we're using Elliott wave is we look for overlaps in a structure to confirm that it's corrective, and there are lots of overlaps here between the lower highs and lower lows. So normally when a market is impulsive, when the trend is really strong, when you break through a support level, you end up down here, and then you bounce and you don't get back above broken support. But what's happening is you're breaking support, you're going back through it, and then okay, you're coming back down again. You're breaking support, you're coming back through it, you're going down. So there's loads and loads of overlaps which tell me that it's a bit like one of those kind of if you think about a classic bullish wedge pattern that slopes downwards, where you're getting lower highs and lower lows, but you've got loads of overlaps in the structure, and eventually it's a weak structure, and the projection is that you make new highs for the move. So that's really where I am. I can see that we're in a corrective phase. We're getting close to a buy zone in terms of the corrective pullback, and the structure is very corrective as well. So even though we're making lower highs and lower lows on a short-term basis, for me it's a very weak structure, and we will be making new highs for the euro. So that's that one. Cable, sterling dollar, a similar kind of thing, but I think we've seen a little bit of sterling underperformance. We had this kind of acceleration lower on the Rachel Reeves news here. A lot of wobbles about our chancellor, and that kind of that kind of drove that move down. So by comparison, non-farm payroll was really kind of small. So this thing has really kind of been affected more by sterling than it has by the dollar. So that's kind of the recent swing high, and then down sideways, and again new low for the trend. But here we are, kind of starting to nibble higher. This may well turn out to be the low for the correction, but again, coming tomorrow and we can look at it and say that was the low. That's probably the best way to trade these things.
Nibble higher. I've never heard that. That's so fun. I'm going to use that. Nibble higher.
Nibble higher.
I
do like a nibble higher, I've got to say.
My trade is nibbling higher. This is fantastic.
Yeah.
Nibbling. What a great British. It's a very British sort of word, isn't it?
Yeah, nibbling. Just a little nibble there. And so onto the daily. So yeah, just the RSI overlaid there, and you can see we're coming back into a bit of a buy zone here for the RSI as well. So again, this could well be the place to look for the corrective low, as it was here, as it was there, as it was here. So a trend in motion should continue in motion. That's the Newton's law of technical analysis. So looking for this thing to base out.
The charts did stabilize with physics. That would be lovely.
That would be good, wouldn't it? So I think the A leg low, the previous swing low, 35.63. We've broken through it, and now we're kind of just back above it by a little bit. So again, I think it might be one of these things where we come in tomorrow and we start to see this thing push higher, and then we can say that's the corrective low done. We get in and we look for new highs. So that's what I think about that one. Dollar yen, as Igor says, we've seen a lot of kind of yen weakness, which is kind of seen this thing settle more into a range. So it hasn't matched the losses of the dollar against the European currencies on this leg lower, because the yen crosses have been pretty strong. So there's a lot of latent yen weakness in there. So dollar yen is kind of a battle of the wooden spoon, really, which is the weaker currency, the yen or the dollar. So we're kind of stuck in a bit of a range at the moment. So I kind of agree with Igor in that I think the major trend is still down, but I would like to see a bit of willing on behalf of the sellers now for this thing to top out below this high, make a lower high, and then we come back down again. Because there's always the danger that the yen could take over. Because if we look at some of these yen crosses, we can see that particularly euro yen, what's been happening here is the yen has been kind of in free fall over the last few weeks. So if it's really more of a yen story than a dollar story, then dollar yen could well break up, and we see that, we see a stronger rally in dollar yen. So I'm kind of a little bit cautious on dollar yen at the top, purely because the yen has been a very weak currency. So if this chart goes up, it means the yen is falling. So this is the euro against the Japanese yen, and sterling against the yen on the weekly chart here again. So again, we've seen this kind of up to the top of the range, and it just seems to be happy to be at these levels. It's not in a hurry to reject and go down. So a little bit cautious on behalf when I look at dollar yen. I want to sell it, but I just cannot at the moment. So
yeah, interesting charts at the moment.
Yeah. I think as Igor says, a very interesting time, quite a key juncture on some of these crosses. But I think the moves down on sterling dollar and euro dollar are clearly corrective, whereas perhaps on dollar yen it's kind of a little bit more, I wouldn't say 50-50, but a little bit less convincing on the dollar sell side. But this could well turn out to make a lower high here and make this kind of symmetrical triangle, and then we break down again. So all eyes on dollar yen, I think, over the next week or so.
Yeah.
So I just
one question.
Yeah.
Can you tell me, so when you see, for example, that US dollar index will start to go down, and you believe that euro dollar and British pound dollar will start to go up again, what is your perfect entry point for euro dollar, British pound dollar, all that trades? How you try to figure out the best entry point?
So, well, I think we've got let's take euro dollar as the first example. So I've got a buy zone, if you will, between the last swing high 116.32 and around 117, the figure. Actually a little bit higher, 117.17, which is the last swing low. So for me, somewhere between these two numbers, I expect it's going to base, but obviously I don't want to dive in and start buying, because I could be wrong. I'd rather come in and say that was the low. So I think once we can start breaking through some resistances, it may be today's high, 117.65. It may be something else a bit lower down on the intraday chart tomorrow. Once we start to see that, then I'll be happy that we've probably seen the low for the euro. So I just think we're in that zone, that key kind of buy zone, where the market should be basing. But until I see something pretty strong on the intraday chart or on the daily candlesticks, then I don't want to touch it. If that makes sense.
Nice.
It does.
Yes, of course.
Okay, I'll hand it back, and I'll come back a bit later with some of the other stuff.
No, that'd be good. Igor, I was looking at you when you were looking at the dollar. I think it was the US dollar. I spotted some divergence.
Yes.
I can't remember what time frame you're looking at. Would you mind just bringing the chart up again? I just wanted to see if I was right.
I will just show you what I'm looking there.
Hi to Lola and Robert, by the way. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, guys.
So
Yeah, there it is.
what I'm seeing here is on a 1 hour chart, and you can see the divergence starting from the, I can say from the yesterday, and there is 3 dots that we can see here. The is strong, and it's a trend line from whole this month, July, and I think that I should enter into the trade earlier, not to wait to see the breakout, but if we see the breakout, that can be really good stuff for the euro dollar and British pound dollar. Will be again on the strong bullish push. The only thing that I don't feel comfortable right now is that that this drop was really, I can say a little bit more than I expected, and I saw on the COT report that a lot of traders starting to reduce the buy orders for the British pound, and that is the first signal that maybe something can happen here, and only this is my concern right now. So what do you think about this bearish divergence? Is it too early in your opinion?
Well, on my side, as I say, I think this could well be the signal, but I'd like to see it, show a bit of willing in terms of price action. So maybe we come down, we retrace quite deeply this move higher, and then we see a corrective bounce and maybe a head and shoulders top or something like that. But if you're trading with a nice tight stop, it could be worth a shot on the short side. But for me, I'd rather see the thing, do something a bit more bearish on the price action.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously setting up potentially for a retrace, but I think the problem is when you've got you're printing higher highs, higher lows, and you see bearish divergence, it's very difficult to jump in with the short with confidence because you're going against the tide essentially. So it's a tricky one. But as long as you draw your lines in the sand and you say, it's not going to be it's not a huge short play. It's just going to be a little bit of a short play. I'm not even going to hold it right until the trend line. I'm just going to enjoy this divergence, just take a little bit and then I'm out. I mean, that's probably the only play, but obviously we're talking about the dollar index here, obviously. So it's the implications of what this divergence means to the market. So yeah.
Yes. Usually I like to see when the relative strength index is near to the 50 level, but when we have very high levels, when we are overbought and we see that bearish divergence, usually that kind of the divergence doesn't have a weight. So this is the problem for this early stage. But tomorrow we can see after the UK Open something interesting. We will see.
Yeah, for sure. I was
and the poll. Do you have something for crypto?
No. Of course, I've always got something for crypto. For sure. I just had a lot of notes because I honestly haven't seen you for a while, Igor. So I was making a lot of notes because there's both of you are just some really good charts, and I've made some notes, so we can always go back to that. Because that long term, what was the long term chart which you were talking about from 2021, which you thought that was breaking down? What currency was that? Do you remember?
It was the monthly chart for the US dollar index.
Yeah. I thought that was quite interesting. But yeah, maybe we can come back to that a bit later. But let's jump in, and I'm trying to find a trade. I'll share my screen and I'll show you what I'm thinking. A little bit. It's very difficult negotiation in crypto as well this week because obviously we had the tariff pause, and now that's going to be extended. Which obviously, when you know that there's going to be potentially news at the end of the week, and we presumed, of course, that there's going to be a lot of tariffs coming into play again. But then, so the whole market just sits pretty for about a week. But then, of course, we've got the news that actually we're not going to, the tariffs aren't coming back into effect until August the 1st now. So that makes it a very difficult week to trade, as you were saying, I think, Igor, and I think your instincts were correct. So this is Bitcoin, just to highlight the where we are. We are very much ripe for a move upwards and a breakout, but as you can see, it's perfectly legitimate to have a bit of a retrace. But we'll jump into Bitcoin in a little bit. I don't want to talk about H-bar. Now, I'll just zoom out a little bit. When I was scanning the charts today to try and look for a setup, this caught my attention just a little bit. Now, this is definitely not an A setup. I don't think there's many A setups around, and I certainly haven't found them this week. But H-bar, this is 2-hour chart, and we have this. Let's just zoom out. I just want to give you a really big picture. Let me put the daily on, just so we can have context of the state of H-bar. Okay, so it's holding its own, but we've lost kind of the bullish area. So we're kind of in no man's land in this very odd area where we haven't really had much price action previously, and therefore we've got this area should be considered quite good support as a result. So the issue is, of course, it is obviously showing some bearish indications, because if the price actually is stuck in this transitory range, it's highlighting that something's wrong in the market, because it shouldn't really be there. But that's kind of the big picture. Let's just zoom back in to 2-hour charts. So we've got this ascending triangle. We've got the moving averages pretty much where we want them. This is offering nice support. It's just 2 hours, so it's not crazy. I mean, let's see what the daily's doing. Let's put the daily on. That's not how you do it. Let's put the daily on 200, and then select the chart I want, which is, there you go. And it's nowhere to be seen. Oh, there it is. There's the daily. Let's just make it yellow, because that's my preferred color for the 200. So yeah, that's out of play at the moment. So the idea is we've got this ascending triangle, higher highs, and we're just, it's looking like it wants to break out. But because the altcoin market is so hesitant at the moment, I'm not interested in this move just yet. I am interested, however, in just this move potentially. So I'm just zoomed in earlier, and I'm thinking, right, okay, so we've had a touch here, hasn't really touched the, it's kind of front running it a little bit. A lot of the buyers are front running it a little bit, and we've got the 50 acting as support. So I want to come in essentially for a very small long position around here, or rather in this sort of area, right? And I just want to benefit from a move from here to here. That's it. That's all I'm looking to do. I've got quite good confluence in terms of protection for a potential stop loss, all that kind of stuff. So I have got the order ready. Unless we have a move, which is very possible we could have a move today, but I'm just going to try and put this on, and maybe late in the week it'll come into fruition. So just going to see if I can swap to my trade. So I'm looking to come in at 15663. So I'm just going to put that order on. There it is. Just double check that. Yeah, so I'm hoping to come in here. Now, the idea is, of course, with crypto, especially the altcoins, you're looking to try and see what Bitcoin is doing and try and catch that move and have a setup which supports it. So for my entrance, I need Bitcoin to push the market down a little bit. So let's just try and find a chart which gives me a little bit of a good view of Bitcoin. If I can find it, right, a shorter time frame, please. Where is it? Okay, so here we go. That's not the right one. That's a very strange chart. Let's just ignore that one. Where's the Bitcoin chart gone? Okay, so let's just use this random chart. Let's just zoom into the 1 hour chart. And I'm seeing this move downwards, and I'm seeing this slightly kind of weakening trend. It's sort of kind of a triangle pattern of sorts, and I'm not quite sure what's going to happen now. So I'm seeing this retrace with this lower high, and I'm hoping that we just get a bit more of a move downwards, maybe to this area, which will allow my H-bar entrance to come into play, and then I'll try and scoop that up with any bullish momentum from Bitcoin, and then just do this move. So that's the play I've just put on, and we'll just wait to see if I don't think it's going to hit today, but probably maybe a little bit later, and then we can maybe be in that trade tomorrow. I mean, this is not an A setup. This is not an A setup at all. But any dissenting views on this particular setup, guys?
Yeah, looks quite constructive to me. I like it. Yeah.
I like your risk reward ratio. Nice level to enter into the trade.
Yeah, and it's the only thing which made me really look at this, because I've looked at like 10 setups today, and all of them are like swipe left, right? I don't want that, right? And this one just caught my attention a little bit. I do like these triangle patterns, and I was hoping you would take the mick out of me for this inverse head and shoulders, because it's the most janky, messed up inverse head and shoulders I have ever seen. I'm not even. I mean, do you even consider that an inverse head and shoulders? Anybody?
Yeah, I guess you could call it. I think the rebound from the head to the neckline's a bit funny, but yeah, in terms of where the right shoulder is basing out pretty close to where the left shoulder based out, why not?
Yeah. Well, why not indeed? The problem is when I was drawing that, because I look at the patterns as not what is textbook, but what is, and not what is pretty, but what ultimately it matches the psychological kind of elements of a reversal pattern. And it looks like we've kind of got the left shoulder kind of higher up, and so it's a bit skew with, but maybe a couple of necklines. But this is the play, of course, generally speaking. And despite and considering like what the altcoins are doing at the moment, this may have some legs, but we are running into resistance. And I'll just put the order blocks on. Just see, yeah. So look, people have got the same idea as me, right? So that's quite reassuring. So, but let's have a look at Bitcoin. Just, you might be wondering what this is. Have you any idea what this is, guys? Any guesses as to what this is, this mess?
What the arrows mean?
Yeah.
It looks like the Battle of Britain.
Yes, that is exactly what I was going for. This is what I shot with the Battle of Britain. I mean, presuming that this is the axis and this is us, we're doing pretty well. So,
yes.
Igor, you got any opinion on that?
This is the like in machine learning, and you want to group some elements. It's like that. So in machine learning, this picture is called a support vector machine. So so this is the really really crazy. But when I look this, same is machine learning and everything, it's like a fight, like a battle between the two armies, and you just want to see where is the bigger strength on the left and the right side, something like that.
No, that's exactly it. It was essentially a doodle while we were talking in the streaming yesterday, and the idea was, of course, to try and illustrate the massive level of institutional adoption and buying activity of Bitcoin versus the traditional kind of sellers around the all-time highs, and that's essentially what the idea was. Although the Battle of Britain thing, I think, works much better. But yeah, I think, and this is the problem we've got with Bitcoin. It's not a problem. There's so much buying activity. It's very difficult to have a bearish slant at the moment, right? Because you look at the price action, you can say, oh yeah, well, we've got a lower high, but every time there's a dip, it's an opportunity which somebody has, and it's an opportunity which somebody has who has billions of dollars, right? And they're looking to just invest and buy and buy. Everyone's looking to buy it, everybody. So that's the idea behind that chart. Probably shouldn't have been on the 1 hour, but this is Bitcoin 6 hour, and we have this descending channel, and we've popped ahead about the pattern, and we've got this gray area here. Now, obviously, I would like for my H bar trade, I'd like to have a bit of a retrace and then a bounce. That would be perfect. But you can see, if you get past this gray resistance area, it's this transitory space, which we've only been in when we put in new all-time highs. So it almost guarantees that we're going to at least touch or maybe even surpass the previous all-time highs of about 112. So we're very, very close, and we've also got the golden zone below us. So there is a serious bullish bias with Bitcoin this week for sure, and maybe with the news this week, just today, that the tariffs are going to be paused still, may allow Bitcoin to break out and give us a new leg up. And of course, there's quite a few ideas which support that. This is the 1 hour chart, not a Battle of Britain 1 hour chart, but we've got the point of control, we've got the 618, and we've got the 1 hour, and then we've got the 4 hour acting as the emergency support line, following a golden cross between these 200 moving averages on different time frames. So this, again, even though we've got this lower high, is still looking like it wants to move up, and this is and all-time highs are just about here. And let's just see if we can find any more. Again, the Bitcoin 30-minute chart, looking on a slightly smaller time frame. Same deal, seems to be finding support at this area, which we previously have struggled to do. So I would be interested to see if we can make this move now. But maybe it does need a little bit of a catalyst. So it'll be interesting to see if Donald Trump's 60-minute tweets give us not any good news for a change, potentially. And if you look at this chart, the daily chart, we've got these golden crosses, then we've got these moves up 156%, 57%, and then here we are again. If we zoom in, just I don't want to zoom in too much because it makes those circles grow, which just freaks me out. I got to be honest. I mean, look at that. Does anyone else get freaked out by that? I mean, that's weird, right? I don't like that. That's just not working for me. And here is but you can see we've got the 50 acting as support, and a move up from here would make absolute sense. And if we can get clear of 112, well, here we are, 115, 120. So the bullish case is building. And then again, we look at this chart. Previously, inverse head and shoulders last summer. We had a nice breakout, and here we are again with some inverse head and another inverse head and shoulders. Potentially, you can see the next line in the sand is 120. So it's all kind of lining up for Bitcoin. We just need to make sure that we don't have too much bearish news over the next few days. And again, this is a largely irrelevant chart because it's just to help orientate you to these patterns and what you potentially look for. I think Walter yesterday was doing a brilliant job in the session of doing this. If this happens, do this. If this happens, do this sort of approach. And these comparisons between Bitcoin 3-day and Bitcoin 2-week log scale, which seems completely irrelevant, are just here to really show us what we want to see on Bitcoin now on the left, by simply looking at a very, very similar pattern from Bitcoin on a larger time frame over an extended period. So this is essentially what we want Bitcoin to do. And if it does that, then we're going to be 115, 120K before we know it. So, but in terms of my trade, in terms of HBAR, what do I need to see? Well, firstly, this is Bitcoin dominance, and just to orientate you to this indices. This is a great place for the Bitcoin dominance to be for a long trade for altcoins, because if it comes up here, then you've got this move, and that is money flowing to the altcoin market, which is great. The candles that go green when you come down. And of course, I suppose theoretically, if the Bitcoin dominance is here, it's a great place to short the market. So what I would like to see for my trade, I would like Bitcoin dominance to do this, come up to here, get rejected from this area, which allows my entrance on HBAR to fulfill. So it pushes the market down, brings it in there, and I bet I can't find it again now. It's always, Bitcoin dominance always hides. Here it is. And then once I might get my trade entry, so this is my trade entry, and then this move is all I want, which is money flowing into the altcoin market proportionally. And then that should ultimately do this, down and up, and then out. That's my play. It's that simple. That may not happen. We could break out from here, and then it would invalidate, and then we've got another breakout entry up here. I'd have to reevaluate, but that's what I'm hoping to happen over the next few days, essentially. But that's kind of the crypto market at the moment. I'm sure Lola will ask me to look up an altcoin in a little bit, but yeah, I found an altcoin this week called Cow, and I was really, really keen to trade it in a session, but probably quite sensibly, we don't offer that on Hola Prime X, so I didn't have that. So right, Howard, Igor, have you got any follow-up?
I saw just a question for me in comment section. Igor, nice setup. Igor, can you tell me your British pound dollar intraday levels? Just to show this. Paul, excellent presentation. Every time when I watch you, I really adore your chart.
Oh, I feel the same way, Igor. It's very mutual. So bless you.
So did you spend a lot of time for these charts?
We need to compliment Howard as well. We just completely ignored Howard. We just complimented each other, just left him sitting there. Howard, obviously, you're amazing, and we're so glad.
You guys go ahead with the loving.
Well, you know, three's a crowd.
Yeah, true.
Okay, nice. So about British pound dollar levels, Actually, my important price level for tomorrow should be 1.362. Why I'm entering this level? Of course, the high of the last 2 days, 1.3646. This is the very important level because 2 times we reject this level. Now, if we go to this level again, I think that we can break it easily because we were so low. And if we go again, so much upside, we can break this level without any problem. And 1.323, I will just show you this moving average. I like to do that very just to find a moving average, simple moving average. Yes, this is it. To change in 50. And as you can see, this level is exactly here at around 1.362. So why is this important? Usually when the market is in bullish trend, we want to see that the hourly close is above simple moving average 50. And you can see how we rejected 2 times here. We had a false sweep. If we break again this, I'm pretty sure that the next days we will be bullish for British pound dollar. So these 2 levels are very important for me: 1.362, 1.3640, something like that. And today, as I say, if I see that price close above 1.36 level, that can be very interesting. And I will just show you why. If we go to the daily chart, you can see that 0.36 we were it was the opening, daily open. And if this day, when we went more than 150 pips down, and if this day we close on doji candle or bullish candle, this will be really some kind of the important trigger for the bullish trend and the British pound dollar. And what I know, this pattern, I think that the traders in some institutions they call this G spike. A G spike. What it means is if you have a bearish day and you make a really big low, so very lowest low they can imagine, and then in the end of the day you see how price go and the candle become either bullish, either doji. They call that G spike, which means it indicates that next day can be really bullish. So this is very interesting. And why it's interesting is that today the low was 1.352, around 352, and that low was just before we started our session. And now this 1 hour we made more than 35 pips. So 35 pips for 1 hour is a really big push, and I would like to see recover today. So these are the levels and my wishes.
Yeah, that was really good, Albert. I don't think
guys,
Albert,
what do you think about this 1 hour bullish candle?
Looks quite feisty, doesn't it?
Yeah, I want it to nibble higher just a little bit.
Be like a bit of nibbling.
Yeah, I mean, if we get that close above that resistance area above, then we've got something for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm taking a little excuse me, a little stab at dollar Swiss. So basically the same trade as this one, but flipped upside down, shorting dollar Swiss. So that's kind of, yeah, let me just show you what
Thanks,
we've got
Igor.
here.
Thanks, Albert.
Please share the screen, please.
Here we go. Okay, so same picture really as sterling dollar cable and euro dollar, in that the dollar is correcting higher after the last kind of bear swing in the dollar. So we've had a nice little correction. This is so the RSI is unwinding from oversold. We're clearly back way above the oversold level. We've got some broken support coming in, 80.40 or so on dollar Swiss. We're kind of 79.70 now, and 80 seems to be a bit of a barrier. And on the shorter term stuff, we've got this RSI kind of topping out, diverging a little bit as well on this last little nibble higher, as we kind of approach that 80 level. So a little bit of divergence coming in there. So you'll probably see that on dollar index. I think that's what we were looking at a little bit earlier on dollar index. So dollar Swiss will be a little bit similar to dollar index in many respects. So oversold here, undersold here could be a good place to have a crack at the downside on dollar Swiss. And I think the reason I choose dollar Swiss rather than euro dollar or cable right now is because euro Swiss looks to be struggling a little bit. So on the daily chart, so we've got this kind of it's kind of bumping along the bottom really. So it's literally they've tried to take it up over this last couple of months, but there's no real demand pushing this thing higher. So there's definitely some Swiss franc latent strength coming out there, which maybe would see dollar Swiss as one of the leaders when we get the next leg down in the dollar. So I slightly favour dollar Swiss over euro dollar and cable for the move. So just having a crack at dollar Swiss really.
And why not?
So certainly something to hold overnight and maybe for the next few days, because it's a bit of a slow burner.
And we kind of like those in these kind of conditions. That's quite helpful, really. Slow burners. We want less reactivity and more slow burners, really, right?
Yeah. So see how we do. Maybe we'll come in tomorrow and we're starting to nibble down and have a crack at the lows. So.
I'm never getting rid of this post-it note which says nibbling. It's probably reversed. I'm never getting rid of it. It's just going on my desk. It's fantastic. Robert, you want an Hola Prime X hat? Well, for sure. I tell you, I'll make you a deal, Robert. Okay, and I'm sure I can swing this, right? I'm sorry, my dog's just staring me down. I don't know why. You want a hat too, right? Seriously, what's going on? Right. So, Robert, if you have we're going to need proof, right? But if you have a successful Solana trade, right, meaning you get back on that horse, right, and you have a successful, it doesn't matter if it's just like just a few Satoshis, whatever, right, just a few, whatever. I'll speak to Hola Prime and I will get you an Hola Prime X hat and I will personally post it to you, right? I promise you, I will do that, right? It may take me a few weeks, right? But I will do that. So proof of a good Solana trade, a photo of you back on a horse, and then I'll give you a hat. There we go. How about that? There's a nice little deal for you. So, right. Deal. There we go. We got a deal, everybody. We got a deal, right? Helping traders with bribes. There we go. So I just wanted to look at XRP, if that's okay. Do you mind if I just have a quick look at XRP?
Yes, please.
Then I can hand it back to you guys. Everyone's always very interested in XRP, so I thought. So this was a chart we were looking at a week ago, and it's a bit all over the place. I mean, I just said we want kind of slow and steady, but really in this, I want a little bit more volatility. So big picture, XRP was printing a reversal pattern. We had a kind of fake out breakdown, and now we have recovered and just trying to find our feet. Now, this area looks pretty ripe for a move. Okay, because you've got to think about it. Where are the buyers? Where are the sellers? Really, really basic. So we got buyers here, buyers here, buyers here, buyers here, and no doubt buyers here and buyers here, right? Where are the sellers? There's some here. There's some here. So it's kind of, speaking of that Battle of Britain image, right? This is what we're talking about, right? So just basics of where are the buyers, where are the sellers. So the original play was to look for a move into this pocket, which I suppose could still happen. You can see other people have the same idea. That's the play, but I'm not sure. It's kind of, I expected it, didn't expect it to stay up here so long. So if you are thinking of trading XRP, there may be an opportunity here. Now, well, obviously we're trying to, this high is what's selling it for me. It's only a little bit of a high, nibbling higher. So we've got this order block, which we're trying to, of course, weaken, but we've also got this range which is forming as well in between these two areas. So you can see some people are looking to come in here. So the play might be, this is your support, this is your safety net. So you've got something to put your stop loss underneath, right? Okay, and you've also got buyers here as well to help you. So it depends. I mean, you may decide to have your stop loss maybe somewhere like here below this swing low, which gives you a bit of support, which gives you a bit of room just in case the price action comes back down. You then may have a move up and you can get out on no loss without your stop loss being hit. So that would be probably what I would be looking at. But coming in here at this area wouldn't necessarily be a bad play, or maybe looking to come in with a wick on this moving average might be a good idea. So maybe you could scale in here, position 1, and then look for your position 2, try and scoop it up like that. And maybe, and if you could take profits here for sure, right? It's not that much of a big move at all. It's just a bit of leverage, perhaps. You've got a play there, but also if you are thinking of getting into XRP, and if you imagine the market taking off, not necessarily a bad place, because we've come down, we've recovered, high, we've come back down, found another base at what we would call, I suppose, the neckline of the previous head and shoulders head and shoulders pattern, and now we're recovering. So that was the trap. We've recovered, we've broken the trend. Now we're just finding our feet, and it would seem this is the next move. So this area would be a nice place potentially to come in on for XRP. And if it does come down there, then tomorrow I might take that trade. For sure. I mean, it's not great because we're struggling with volatility. But I mean, any thoughts on this from your perspective, guys? No. Okay, great.
Seems to be constructive. Broken through the channel and making higher lows on the pullback. So looks to be quite constructive, I would say. Yeah, I'm with you.
You guys, you're offended by crypto, aren't you? You don't like crypto. I can feel it. I can feel it. You're just like, you're very polite, but you're just so judgy. You're always Hola Prime X, crypto, gold's where it's at. The dollar's where it's at.
No, right. we're not holding our noses. No, we respect these markets.
No, yeah, sure you do. The markets need to respect us. That's what I've been saying, right? They need to respect us. I'm trying to make money here, and they're not respecting my plays, right? This is it. So,
but partially you're right, Paul. Partially you're right, because I think that people like to afraid of unknown, and I think that usually when I do not trade crypto, is because I'm afraid, because I do not know a lot about cryptos, and I always have some kind of the knowledge that I don't have enough information, and this just push me outside the crypto market. So you're a little bit right about that.
Well, I'm gonna you guys, if the screen is the way I think it is, you guys, right? You guys would ace it because you're so good, right? I've learned so much from you guys right now. Obviously, you'd have to adjust your strategy, and maybe you'll have to listen to me just for 10 minutes, right? But once you've listened to me for 10 minutes, right, you'll be away, right? And you'll dominate it, because I mean, Igor, your approach, which is very methodical, is exactly what you need. You need to be cold, calm, collected, mathematical in your approach, right? And Howard, likewise, like your experience of, I think you'd be like, when you have your first crypto trade and you kind of like, you see all of those percentages, moving away from pips, you'll be like, what is this world? So maybe once I've dealt with Robert and we've supported him on his journey back onto the horse, which is Solana, maybe I can start with you two as well. But then you'll be calling me up saying, I just lost 40%. There's a black swan event, and you'd be like, "What?
That's nothing."
Nothing. How what's this? They've been forced to listen to you every day. They're like, great, another 10 minutes. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what they're like. I'm like, oh, it's Paul. It's Paul in the meeting again. Right? He doesn't know anything about Forex. He just pretends to know what he's talking about. Right. So who's got something? Is there anything coming down the pipe which isn't quite ready yet, which you guys will be looking at maybe for when the dust settles? Anything?
I got. I like to keep an eyeball on crude oil every so often, and I think there's a bit of a setup developing there.
Right, let's do that then.
Let's have a look. Crack at crude oil one sec. Okay, so hopefully it should come through. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, thank you. Oh yeah,
Excellent,
you're right.
Cool. So yeah, so we had the kind of this is the weekly chart. We had the breakdown from that descending triangle, the retest, then the retest of the low, and then the double bottom breakout. Then we had the news, coming out of the Middle East, and then it rejected from the resistance line and back down to this key level again where it's finding support. So we basically last week was a narrow range, like an inside week, and this week we're breaking outside to the upside. So that could well be a little a buy signal for a resumption of this trend which is developing. So swing, correction, and then it looks like perhaps we're resuming this uptrend. Let's get onto the day. That's double Swiss. That's not right. Let's try this one. Yeah. So this is the intra-day of crude. So there's the swing low. There's the kind of double bottom breakout, and then we've had the retest of the double bottom here, accumulation at the level, around the level, and we're starting to kind of nibble higher here. So could well be. I'm not trading it myself at the moment, but this could be something for a multi-day swing trade on crude oil to the upside. Any thoughts, guys?
So talk to me that was that big red candle. What was going on? What was going on there? When was that? What date was that?
So we had the let's see. This is 24th of June, 23rd of June. I can't remember exactly what drove that down, but obviously we've been going higher with all the kind of Middle East news. Middle of June, and then it broke down. But obviously we've found support here at the old resistance. So it's nice typical kind of classic technical analysis stuff, where resistance has turned to support, and these guys are really the shorts are really in trouble, I think.
Yeah,
so it could well be something to have a look at for.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So was that the ceasefire? Was that red candle the ceasefire? Is that what we're talking about? The easing of hostilities.
Could well be. I don't know for sure, but obviously this is kind of all the bad news that was coming in with Iran, etc. And then we've come back down, but we're kind of the buyers are stepping in at this old level here.
Yeah, there's definitely an opportunity there, for sure. Yeah, it's really shaping. You can see it definitely curving round. I can see that. So, that's not a bad play.
Yeah. So if you're not doing your cryptos, you're not doing your foreign exchange or your gold, then this could be something to maybe have a crack at on the long side.
No, yeah, I can't argue with that. That's looking pretty good. Maybe for a little bit of retest entry following a breakout. Yeah, so if it pops out, it touches the bottom of that range, so it moves up where that old red wick was, and then it comes up to the top of the range, comes back down. There's your entry, maybe something like that.
Yeah, or even around these current levels with a stop under the low. So I think there's so much support down here, so it could be a low risk entry on the long side. But I'm focused on the currencies at the moment, but just something out there for those that are doing something a bit different.
Yeah, that's really interesting. That's actually a pretty good setup. So I mean, yeah. So Igor, you got anything? You got anything similar you're looking at? Maybe. I think you might be muted, my friend. think you may just need to take your mute off, Igor, my friend. There we go.
I'm watching Euro Aussie. So what is the catch here? We got early in the morning, the Bank of Australia, they had an interest rate decision, and they reduced the interest rate. Interest rate was 4.1%, and they reduced it to 3.85%. So Aussie should go down, Euro Aussie should go up. Of course, the market didn't react like that. And from the beginning of that news, the beginning of the day, Euro Aussie started to go down. And I think in the long run and based on fundamentals and everything, Euro Aussie should go up. I see the bullish trend and everything. And last 4 hours, we have a four bullish candles here. And if you check trend line, I would like to see next 2 hours to see the breakout of this relative strength index trend line, and after that to see the more gains here for the Euro Aussie. So I just wait for some bigger push, some bigger hourly candle to enter into the trade. However, traders should be very cautious, because when you have this kind of the moves and you break the relative strength index trend line, there was always some kind of the correction after that to retest this trend line, for example. So I will try to keep a low at least 1.79 for that trade, and to try to achieve a previous high above 1.8. So this is some kind of the plan for Euro Aussie. However, I don't like to trade a lot Euro Aussie, because this pair is too volatile. But anyhow, I will monitor that, and I will try to wait. I like when I see the breakout in the late US session, because when I enter into the trade and trend continues there, I don't need to fight with UK Open, with market manipulation, with levels and everything. I just relax and watch my trade, how it's going in some direction. So I like these evening trades a lot. So this is something that I watch. And the next thing that I watch, I just want to share that again, British pound dollar. What I'm watching, this is the bullish trend line, and it's very interesting, because you see we have one low at July 2nd, and it was the beginning of our trend line. Then we got a huge low yesterday. It was a little bit upper than the low is much lower. These first two lows, which was 1.352, and relative strength index was a little bit higher than these previous two lows. And when I see that, I like to feel the smell of the bullish trend. And this is something that I use as an additional confirmation of the possible push upside. However, the only trouble can be this too volatile market, and the price always can, retest some level. And I need, if I enter in this trade, to have really wide stop loss, because I can be hit very hard and very fast. So this is the something that I watch. What do you think about British pound dollar and the Euro Aussie, guys?
I'm still obsessed with what you just said. I just can't think of anything else. The bullish smell.
The smell.
I mean, the bullish smell. Well, we've got nibbling. We've got bullish smell. That's honestly, you guys you're knocking out of the park today. This is fantastic. But Howard, I think you're probably more qualified to. I mean, obviously we've got a bit of divergence there, of course. But Howard, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I tell you what, Euro Aussie really it doesn't say anything to me. To be fair, some of these crosses, most of the crosses I try to avoid. Yeah, I mean, in the very short term, it looks like it's kind of trending down, but I don't know whether it's it's kind of a base at these lows from the other day. Yeah, nothing that really grabs on from me.
Yeah, just hi to.
I agree, Howard. Even I. Yes.
Please, Igor. I'm so sorry. Please carry on.
Sorry. I just wanted very short to tell you're right, Howard, because even I, these trend lines, breakouts, and everything, a very common thing is that we have a very small bullish and bearish breakouts. It's too volatile, and sometimes for me, either it's boring, either it's too volatile, never normal. And I really don't like to trade crosses. But sometimes when I see something, especially when I have support of the fundamentals, I'm ready to do and to enter into the trade, but always with a very low risk, because it's really those pairs are not my comfort zone.
You seem you said at the start of the session, obviously, that I know we were joking about. You said that your instincts say this is not a good week. Which, I mean, we've got FOMC minutes this week. We've got lots of things. What is there anything particular that you're waiting to see? You mentioned, of course, about some tweets and just the news. I mean, is there anything you're waiting specifically to see, Igor, for you to feel a bit more confident, or rather happy with your game plans for the market? I mean, what is there any data points you're waiting? Because we've got a lot of UK stuff coming out this week as well.
Yes, I would like to see that we just go to the Friday's levels of the for the euro dollar and British pound dollar. I want just to see the breakout, to see a lower US dollar, to go in a normal trading, because these sideways moves with the very volatile moves, I don't really like. I don't like to trade. You have so many false signals. For example, today I made one trade. Everything was clear, and for me, that moment, I had a bullish early close. Everything was fine. I entered that trade, and I was stopped out after 20 minutes. And I don't like that. And sometimes I feel like I chase the market, which I should not do. But when market is so volatile, you want sometimes to catch good level, and then you're chasing. And I don't like that feeling. And this is the problem that I have sometimes when the market is too volatile. And this I need to work on myself in psychological way, usually. But this is what I wait. I wait really to see yesterday high and today's high. I just want to break for euro dollar, British pound dollar. I just want to see that.
I think everybody else will be waiting for that on your advice as well. But yeah, I think, well, I can't speak for Howard, but the story of my life is I need work psychologically. I mean, that's the story of my life. I need to do work on my psychology for sure. So I think we're all in the same boat. And just wanted to say hi to, Whale, just hello. I'm not sure we've seen you before. Mr. Khalil, is it? Thanks for joining us. Nice to see you. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting, it's going to be an interesting end of the week to see what, I mean, as I said, what's going on around. There's so much going on. There's so much going on at the moment, and a lot of unresolved things we need to see. So, and obviously when you're talking about these currency pairs, then who's receiving a letter from the US administration, at the moment, like who's receiving one of those letters, which countries are getting the letter in the post to say, hey, on August the 1st or whatever, this is going to happen. So it's this stop-start this stop-start kind of all the time, which can be very difficult for traders, and it does leave us with these periods of like 7 to 10 days sometimes of just stagnation as everyone's just waiting with bated breath. So, did I get it right? Oh wow, fantastic! I got the name right. That's a miracle. I'm so good. I just want to touch base with my trade. Is that okay, just for a second, because it's doing something? Is that all right? Do you mind?
Go for it.
Thank you.
Of course, guys.
Let's have a look. Right here we go. So we're coming back down. This is H bar coming back down. My entry level is this white line essentially, and let's just see if Bitcoin is doing what I wanted it to do. Right. Okay. Yeah. I haven't got a macro chart. Here we go. So this is what we talked about. Coming back down here, trying to find its feet. Now I just need it. Of course, I need the buyers to come in now. So double bottom, upwards, higher low. That's essentially the play. Let's just see if Bitcoin dominance is playing ball. Always elusive, right? So that's actually going in the other direction right now. This is the 2 hour. Let's just zoom into the macro a little bit. Right, that is interesting. So that might give me, so when this happens, when Bitcoin is going down and Bitcoin dominance is also going down, that might give my H bar trade a soft landing, right? It may help just kind of do this, right? Because you've got the money flow coming into the altcoin market because people are looking now to enter positions because Bitcoin essentially is coming to the, if I can find the right chart, is kind of finding its feet. And then the idea is, of course, so when you see Bitcoin dominance doing that, going down with Bitcoin going down, that can give you an indication that we might have a little bit of a long move, which is essentially what I'm trying to capitalize on. But am I going to get the touch? Well, we'll wait and see. I was hoping it was going to touch now, but it hasn't. But just wanted to just highlight, maybe Howard, I can give you the last word, or you can take the last word. But I just wanted to talk about BCH just before we finish. This is Bitcoin Cash, crypto OG. Doesn't get any love and hasn't had any love for a long time. I remember the days when it was all new and fresh, but unfortunately, it's just been left alone. So this was originally a long play, but I'm starting to see eagle-eyed people, eagle-eyed viewers will start to see potentially a reversal pattern of sorts forming, right? We can see that inverse head and shoulders, right? So I'm thinking that BCH, Bitcoin Cash, is potentially a short trade if you're interested in trading that. Now, there is some potential lines in the sand we can draw for a pattern, which can just add a bit of confluence. It's a little bit janky. You may need to have a look at that. But I'm thinking that with this weakening price action, this lower high, which has brought my attention to this, a breakdown from here, and there's your entry, there's your play, right? So we just flip essentially the trade from a long to a short, and that then gives me, or gives us, all the lovely people trading on Hola Prime X, that gives us a little bit of a play on the flip side. So if the market does turn and my H bar trade gets invalidated because something goes a bit bearish, this is the one you can have in your back pocket, and you just need a bit of a breakdown, and then there we go. And that is on the back of this inverse head and shoulders, and the fact that we are running straight into resistance as well, and we haven't been able to surpass. So there's just this, there's that level, and there's that level which we're running into as well. So we really haven't confirmed the SR flip of this level yet. We're stuck in the sellers, and I'm not sure it's going to happen yet because we've had this low which has come back under the resistance. So this might be a short play. So that's a BCH short play, and maybe if we get that tomorrow, I might take that as well. But I just wanted to mention about that. But yeah, just touching base with that. I think we've lost Howard. Where, have we lost Howard? What did I say? Igor, what did I say to Howard? What happened? Is he upset with me, do you think?
Something about crypto, yes.
Robert hit the nail on the head when he said they've been forced to listen to me every day, and they're like, great, another 10 minutes. It's like, we've only got 6 minutes left, Howard. Come on, you could have held on. So I don't know what's happened there. So Igor, any thoughts on expectations for FOMC minutes this week at the US?
Yes, I think that nothing will be. So I think that they will hold the interest rate. Just to see the calendar and share the screen.
Yeah, please.
Of course. Just to. So I think that you see on the chart, yes. So I want to see. I know that during the summer they do not do nothing usually. They will wait for September maybe to decrease interest rate, and I think that the report will be the same as the last one, polish, without any special information. Maybe something about inflation, and that they're fighting to with inflation, and this is everything. So I don't expect nothing there, and I don't expect that market will move a lot. However, if something unpredictable happen and they decide to earlier cut the rates and announce that, that will be a huge push for British pound, euro dollar, etc. So that I want to see, and that I want to I realize that euro dollar and British pound dollar, they reduce the interest rate. US dollar, they wait still, and I know that Donald Trump pushing the Powell every single day. He's talking about how he wants how he wants to find a replacement for him, and I know that there are a lot of problems in politics in US, and Trump reactions and everything. So I don't know. I don't know now, because of this political pressure. I don't know who will be weaker players. So anyway, I think that tomorrow it will be just nothing special. But like I said, I would like without FMC just to see the push higher. And I think that this 1.36 level for British pound dollar is really crucial right now, because that will be just some kind of the proof that we can go higher, because the daily candle will be bullish. And the same thing for euro dollar. I think that 1.1735 level is very interesting. So if we see that today we close above that level, that can be some kind of the boost for the market to go bullish, and the US dollar index to go down. But I like when in the evening we have the breakout, and that is the something that I watch. I think that my best setups were usually when during the second part of the US session we have some kind of the breakout. And Paul, can you tell me what is the best period of the day when you have the best trades?
Well, look, you know, I don't do much intraday stuff, right? My short-term trades is usually, couple of days at best, right? Like my Doge short, was it what? I mean, I look at those sort of trades as really short-term, right? But you guys look at them as long-term. So it really, look, the reality is that the landscape has changed significantly. I used to have a lot of setups coming into play. I mean, it depends where you are in the world, right? So when I was living on the equator, a lot of the setups were coming into play around midnight, which was the China Open where I was in the world. And then you see a lot of, so you see essentially the cryptos set up throughout the day in the US market, and then they would come to fruition with their plays when the Asia market wakes up. It's like everyone wakes up in China and they see, oh, that's a pattern, and then they just take it to the. It's almost like the US market, the Western market, kind of passes the baton, and that's what it used to be. But it's very much 24/7 price action all the time, and even weekends are becoming a little more fluid. So I don't really have an answer to that question. It does really change, but it's obviously and it depends where you are. Where am I in the UK at the moment? A lot of my trades have been quite comfortably in the daytime, right? So I haven't really actually done this. I know you are big on like logging all the information, but I honestly haven't been. I don't track that information, so perhaps I should. Maybe that can give me an edge. So Igor, again, you're making me a better trader, right? This is you're making me a better trader. So I'm going to track the times. Howard, you've arrived back. What happened? Where did you go? I don't think we can hear you. I'm sorry, Howard. I don't think your mic. You're not muted, but I don't think your mic's working, which is terrible because we've got to finish now. Oh no. Okay. Yeah, sorry, Howard. I don't think we can hear you. But look, anyway, Igor, Howard, so good to see you both today. Thank you for some really great coverage. We've obviously, it's been an interesting week, and I don't think that's going to change. But let's see what happens, and we'll see what setups come into play. I'm just going to check before I sign off. No, my trade hasn't hit yet, but hopefully it will tomorrow. So thanks for everybody who has been commenting. And again, thanks to my fellow coaches. And the next session starts in 30 minutes. So we'll see you there. Thank you very much. Take care.
Hello, guys. Hello. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. Troy, Iris, Paul, good to see you all. How are you all doing today?
Hello, hello.
Hey there, doing great. Fantastic.
Yeah,
Awesome.
same.
Good to hear.
Same here.
I will tell you, not to necessarily quickly jump into anything, but did you just see the headline on copper tariffs? Sorry.
No, I didn't.
There's a 50% tariff on copper just announced by Trump, and copper futures went from it basically jumped 20% in 5 minutes. Copper did. So kind of crazy to be. It's crazy. I mean, that's insane.
Wow.
But not that I'm a copper trader, and not that us on the afternoon show have a ton of experience with copper, but that is just a wild move in 5 minutes. I couldn't hold myself back on bringing that up here. So
Getting interested in copper now as well?
No. I am not going to be a copper trader. No way. That is an easy way to be overexposed.
I do a morning briefing in the mornings, and I was saying, hey, there's no scheduled news, virtually no scheduled news today. I said, so what's going to happen? Same thing as yesterday. You better be watching for those Trump tweets and tariff information, because that's what's driving the market, even though we don't have any scheduled news or economic reports coming out today. It's hard to trade when you're like, I'm watching. I've got a third party. I know we're not supposed to talk about third party, but I have a third party news aggregator that you can say, hey, yes, I want to follow Truth Social. And so I'm connected to that. And it's like if you're not paying attention, you're going to miss. If some of these moves are insane. On the Nasdaq, they're 40 points. I mean, that's 160 ticks in like minutes. $5 a tick. So, that's a $400-$500 move in a blink. So yeah, the volatility has been insane around the tariff information. Copper is one of those basic things that you have to have. In fact, copper is one of those great. I follow copper to see when a recession is starting to bottom out, because you start seeing people buying copper well in advance of production going up, right? And also, copper is, I can't remember the statistic, but the difference between an EV and a gas car, it's like gigantic, the amount of copper that's in an EV versus what's in a regular gas powered car. So you see copper is sort of that leading indicator of production, manufacturing, global demand. All that is kind of one of the first things. And I don't know what's going on with Trump trying to tax that, but copper it's like lithium. If you're lithium, copper, these are must-haves. We must have lithium. We must have copper. So and both of those two apparently have huge lag times between when they can produce copper or lithium. So it's like copper I've seen is like it takes 5 to 10 years to build the infrastructure to start a new copper mine. And it takes, so in 10 years is when that new copper mine will finally start producing copper. And lithium is the same. It's got a really long time constraint. So we just really, we're very supply, very sensitive to supply. And adding a tariff on that, I don't see how that can be a good thing.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, I haven't traded today, which I think is actually a good thing. I just had a peek at the market, and I'm like, these swings we've had a very choppy day, right? Troy, what do you trade normally?
I predominantly trade the ES and the NQ. until I start sucking, and then I and then I rotate. So then I rotate to gold or crude oil. So those are kind of my 4 go-tos. And what I find is that many times you'll get into a rut on one particular instrument, and it does me a lot of good to then shift gears and go to gold or oil, and then come back to ES and the NQ. I trade them in tandem. So like gold and oil, they move very, they're very highly correlated. And so I like to watch one and see which one is kind of leading the other, and back and forth. And I'll use one as my leading indicator. If gold starts to move, I buy oil, and vice versa. Same with the ES. Today, earlier, the ES was very strong and the Nasdaq was weak. So every time I had a short signal, I would short the Nasdaq. Every time I had a long signal, I'd go long the ES, just trying to gauge those two together. So I always trade them in tandem. Those 4 instruments is my wheelhouse. That's where I stay. I've traded every commodity under the sun. Everything from wheat and soybeans to live cattle, silver, the whole gamut. But I kind of have moved towards, I find that the highest volume futures contracts are the safest. And what I mean by safe is that they're the most predictable. They have the most people trading them. And it seems that they seem to obey sort of more technical analysis framework than like copper or palladium, or some of these ones that are extremely thinly traded. You can kind of throw out technical analysis out the window on some of these because they're emotion based or heavily supply based or demand based. But I find that the ES tends to be more technically based. So you come to a support level, everybody sees the support level, and yes, that becomes support, right? As another example, I way early in my career, I traded bond futures, and bond futures actually have more volume than the ES when it comes to monies traded in the bonds. Seem to be very technically based, with the exception of some currencies. I know the Japanese yen is very technically based. And I don't trade that very often, but I suspect that's because the majority of Japanese traders are math technical traders, and so it trades more technically. So I like to stick to the high volume, high liquidity, instruments. And sometimes if I'm feeling a little jiggy, I'll move over and trade some of those like palladium every once in a while. But when there's 3,000 contracts traded in a day, you better be careful.
No, absolutely. But you're absolutely right. I mean, a more liquid market essentially means, a lot of people would think that volatility would come from, it can come from obviously from a lot of volume, but it can also come from, just a lack of volume as well, because the market will just gap and find the closest area wherever it might be on the order book to fulfill whatever orders come in. So,
something that's interesting
no liquidity can be dangerous.
Adding to that, if you remember, it's probably been about 5 to 7 years ago, when you pulled up a super dom on the ES, every price level would have 250, maybe even 500 contracts available at any given price up and down the price ladder. And today, you're lucky if you see 50 to 100. I mean, so, that's just crazy when you think about, that's volatility, right? That's volatility. There's not enough people willing to, the speed of movement is so high that they're not willing to put any kind of size on the bid or on the offer.
Yeah.
No, you're absolutely right. Well, let's get some charts opened. I don't know who wants to go first. Has anyone actually traded today?
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
Iris.
yes. And I had a win, a loss, and a small win. I'm still on the red, but my 10-4 model did play out, but in extended version. So it's highly manipulated. I can show you. I was expecting that model to play out in the 11 o'clock until 11 o'clock Eastern. But it was much later. It did play out, but that's why I got a loss, because I was sort of like, I get so used to that model so my risk management wasn't the best today, but I'll go over the trade and show you. And again, the 4 o'clock, guys, you're going to be amazed. It's just, it ticked it again, just like magic. Yes.
That's what we like to hear.
That makes my day, my 4 o'clock, you know that.
Is that a to the tick story?
Well, I think so, yes. Hold on, let me just make sure that I have the correct one. Here we go. Okay, so
you're up.
This is at 12:26, so that was a little bit later than I expected. So this was the trade that I took. This is then my technical breaker. I wait for a confirmation. That means a close above it. That is this candle. Normally I wait for the retest, that is this, but I thought, it's time. It's already 10:33. I'm in a macro. It's going to run to my 4 o'clock, which is here. But it rejected off a first presented fair value gap of the London session, which I sort of like thought it might happen. And I thought we're going to get a retest, and then it's going to go to my favorite 4 o'clock. So this is where I went wrong. We had the retest. I re-entered, but then again, it went deeper in the breaker. And this is for me acceptable, but then you see what happened here, right? It tricked me today. So obviously that was a loss. So here was a small win because I got in late. This was my loss. And then I just wrote this little piece up to the 4 o'clock. But normally that happens in a shorter time frame. So this I consider time distortion today. So not the best risk management on my side, but that's it. So naughty boy today, NQ.
Is he still your boyfriend though, Iris?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but
Okay.
Sometimes I don't know, people have their moods, and obviously, he doesn't have the best mood today, so that's okay. He's forgiven. But anyway, it's a minor hiccup. Yeah, but the only thing that I always, this is some other level that I always so now you can see that it really moves between those fair value gaps that are formed earlier today. So this one was the yellow one is the first one that daily opened. So that's midnight Eastern, the first one. And this one was the London. So you see how beautifully it goes in between those two. And then it played out. But yeah, I was just, sometimes when it does, normally it's sort of like 70 to 80%. You always have to be aware, it can do it differently. So yeah, lesson learned. So, but still happy.
I had a really small trade on the ES. I missed one trade, but then I had a different small trade about 2 hours later. I could present as well real quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here we go.
It looks like a very nice day for scalping today, by the looks of it.
Pull it up on the nice little project decks we got here. So now I essentially on the first 10 minutes, I missed this small scalp opportunity where we essentially opened, dropped down, made that little H, that lowercase h formation where I then wanted to get long on this candle. But I literally was away from the computer for 2 minutes, of course, when that happened. So I missed it to the upside. I would have been holding my target. My stop loss would have been below that low. This would have been a very like small kind of trade. So it was the stop loss would have been like a few points below this recent low here. for a target up to the overnight high or my value area high in this range between 62.89 and 62.92. So that wouldn't have played out per se to the target. I would have had to basically look at the order flow in this little consolidation range and decide whether I wanted to have my stop at break even or just let it ride and basically get stopped out. We'll never know now, since I didn't get to take that opportunity. But where I did get in was after staring at the market for literally over an hour and a half, it became relatively apparent that we were kind of ranging, and I just kind of quickly drew a little channel here. And as soon as we got up to here and we started failing at around 11:15, I saw that like a little bit of a larger sell pressure coming. I was like, okay, I got to get short close to the top of this range here and look for a follow through down to the recent low of around like 62-ish. That happened about 20 minutes earlier, and it just did a nice little break. And then we consolidated here, and I got out because this was yesterday's point of control. And since we were in a ranging market, I'm like, there's no guarantee that it's going to hit my genuine target that I would love to see, a value area low of 62.60, where a lot of volume was happening yesterday. But so I just took out at the point of control of yesterday here, and I'm glad I did, because then it went back to the top of that range, consolidated for a second, and then broke out of that range. So worked out well for me. Took out, it was two MES contracts, nothing crazy or anything, for essentially 6 points. So just a little scalp.
Very good.
Nice ones.
Actually just entered a trade.
Beautiful.
A very, very quick scalp. Hopefully I can quickly get this up before it all disappears. Where's my screen? All right, let me know if you can see my screen. Okay, so I just jumped in for a short really quickly, mainly because there's a gap in volume here. Now, there's a good chance it could reject in this area again. So I'm really keeping my eye. This might be where I have to get out. So I might have to get out around this area here just because I want to see the rejection. Okay, we've got some sell pressure coming in. I do not want these sellers to get trapped. I really want them to break through this area. The reason I got in is just I saw a few buyers getting trapped. They were struggling to push the market up. And okay, so we have broken through that area. Great. That's lovely. And I'm really just targeting these lows. But the market is extremely choppy. So since it's not moving very smoothly, it's moving very kind of choppy. I am going to be very quick to kind of get out, because these are my take profit is literally at the low. It looks like it might actually just hit it, so we'll just wait. Hopefully it does hit it. Sadly, I can't see the footprint on Project X, but it's fine. I'm just gonna keep kind of dashing over here quickly, just having a look, make sure nothing terrible is happening. Bit of buy pressure coming in, nothing terrible. Those sellers we're still below major seller pressure, which is good. If it starts getting a bit above, I'll probably be looking to want to be getting out of this, just because of how the market is behaving today. Already buy pressure coming in. I want to see them fail. They're not really failing. I'm going to be happy to get out at this one. Like I said, I'm not looking for home run trades today, just with how quick the market is moving. You can just see on the candlesticks alone, very wicky, up, down, up, down, up, down. Yeah. It's been just insane. So it could very easily go back into my entry point. No point holding it. But yeah, very crazy market. But I'll just go over what I saw, because I know I had to rush that because it moved so quickly.
That was great.
Essentially, again, we broke through this area. There's a nice little gap in volume. And there's two ways you could trade them. Once it breaks through, you're looking for it to come back, and then some kind of rejection in that area, and then you can have that continuation trade. So again, I just saw a bit of heavy buying coming in. Buyers getting trapped near the top of the candle. This is the 1 minute time frame, by the way, and sellers then coming down below it. And as the footprint was forming, you saw the buyers, the delta going higher and higher, and then dropping, and then higher and higher dropping, indicating probably an iceberg order sitting around that area. I didn't actually look at the depth of market in that moment, but I'm assuming there was an iceberg order kind of absorbing a lot of those buyers. They weren't going to push it up in that moment. As soon as that sell pressure came in, I jumped in, and yeah, I mean, very, very quick market. Super quick scalps is the only kind of trades I want to be doing in this moment in time until it kind of calms down and figures out a direction. Because truth be told, I don't think the market has a direction today. It's just been up, down. Whether you bought or sold, you would have either got stopped out or hit your TP. There was no kind of everyone was right and everyone was wrong almost kind of day.
Yeah, this
But
is a classic.
that was just that quick trade.
Is it FOMC tomorrow? I believe, right?
Sorry,
The
I'm
2 o'clock. Yeah, I think
Ye-
there's FOMC tomorrow, and that's why maybe everything is sort of like, and then we might have the expansion tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah,
Potentially, yeah.
2
It's
p.m.
the-
Eastern.
Yeah, it's just the meeting minutes, though.
Yeah, it's just meeting. minutes.
But that's going to be, but again, Iris, like that, yeah, I agree, like 100%, because like the algorithms are just going to eat that up, and then they're going to do what they will with however the different phrasing is compared to the last minutes, and
Exactly.
so
In our session tomorrow. That will be
Yeah.
our session.
yeah, I will have some fun with it, I'm sure. And we'll have at
Mhm.
least 30 minutes of fun at least from 2 to 2:30 for sure. We'll see what those algos do, but this 62, 66 area, which is where where it bounced just a few minutes ago, is an interesting one. If we break through that and maybe see some large sell pressure, we could possibly look at trying to get out of this range of sorts that we've seen today. This is a classic day. These range days are the classic. Try to tell yourself to not overtrade, especially if you aren't your trading strategies and mindsets aren't particularly let's just say they don't do very well on these range days, because if you can't recognize that it's a range day relatively quickly, you're just going to get eaten up everywhere. You're expecting breakouts to occur, you're expecting things to break down quickly, and then it just doesn't happen, and then you just get stopped out or wicked out or whatever, and it's a tough day to trade.
Oh, absolutely. Lower your expectations on days like this, where it's clearly a range, like you said. I can imagine a lot of people trading breakouts were getting absolutely hammered today.
Yeah. Yeah. No doubt about it.
When it looks like it wants to go up and it starts going up, then nope, there comes a reversal. And when it starts going down, oh, okay, it's going down. Nope, then it goes back up. It's just brutal if you're and just look at the market now. It's gone straight back up to where I shorted it. So didn't even touch the low of the day, So you got to be really quick in a day like that. Short scalps at most, and the moment you see anything, even how minor it is, you don't like, get the hell out and secure your money. Do not try and hold it and look for that long home run trade, because it's just not going to happen on a day like this.
Sure. Can I show you my screen?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's see how do you present. Share screen.
Troy's about to tell us that he took copper long at 12.
No. So I thought this would be interesting because Paul, you said you made 6 points earlier on that trade, and I just want to show you. This is my trade from this morning. So from 9, I put a 1 trade in early, and then it actually broke even on it. And just to show you how crazy, I never have break even trades, and I've got a bunch of them today. That's where, you know, you're in and you're wrong because it does the opposite of what you think. It finally gets back to your scratch. I'm like, get me out, thank you, I'll take 0. You know, but what I wanted to show here, I don't know if you guys can see this very well, is the time from in the trade. So 11:13 and 45 seconds. I'm out at 11:14 and 46 cents. So that's 1 minute and 1 second. $65 on the Nasdaq. You can see here's one where I made $230, and I was in it from 10:53:02 to 10:53. So that's 3 minutes. So this is sort of the whole story of the day. You hop in. You're playing the edges of the range, so you assume it's just going to be a range day. You short the highs, you buy the lows, and you play ranges constantly. And you can see here that there's a bunch of zeros, which is actually kind of embarrassing because that means that, you know, I panicked out, right? I got in and it went against me, and then I said, you know, get me back out. But I've got 3 or 4 of these today out of 20 trades, and this is about a normal day for me. I'm a scalp trader. You can see here, this one is 9:30 and 3 seconds, 9:30 and 5 seconds. That's a 2-second trade for $45. And what happened was the market opened and the volatility screamed so quickly. I was like, get me out. I don't want to be in it. It's too much volatility, right? And, you know, thank you. In 2 seconds, made $45. I'll take it any day, right? I'm not like you, Paul, who can stay in it to make 6 points. I mean, that's just that's well beyond my comfort zone. You know, there's lots of other trades. You know, I run on the Nasdaq. I run an 80 tick catastrophic stop. So if it hits 80 ticks, which is $400, that's where I got a full stop out. I don't like to do that, but the Nasdaq moves so quickly that if you're only using a 20 tick or even a 30 tick stop, you're going to get chopped out of the noise. You're going to constantly get stopped out. So I run a pretty big, you know, stop on an individual trade. So people are always saying, well, you got to have a 1-to-1 or a 1-to-2. I mean, I would love to have a 1-to-2. That just never happens. I'm playing order flow and momentum. And, you know, this is old school seat of your pants. When it stops going up, you get out, you know, and that might be it stopped going up for 5 seconds, but it stopped going up, right? and, you know, it's very reactive. I do use a lot of support and resistance for entries. This whole idea of fair value and the fair value gap, you guys are talking about that. I'm like, what? So I'm interested to hear all about fair value and fair value gaps and how those work, but because that's not really in my wheelhouse of stuff. I'm very old school. I use price consolidation bands. I use the volume profile to find low and high what's the word I want? High volume nodes and low volume nodes as support and resistance. And then I would love to be able to figure out how to get the footprint charts onto you know, Project X, because I'm like addicted to footprint charts. And, you know, so when it comes up to support, or it comes up to resistance, I should say, I'm watching that flow to see if the flow slows down at that resistance point to flip and go short, and vice versa. I'm very contra trend. And you'll see here that the majority of these are short. There's one long, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 6 out of 20. So I love being the short side. Whenever somebody else talks about a short, like Sam was talking earlier about the short he did, I was like, if I was not in this, I would already be short. Because I don't need anybody to push me to take a short. You say short, I'm like in, right? But on the long side, I have to have 2 arms twisted behind my back. You know, it's agony for me to go long, and so I always look for. I use these sessions not just for to help other people, but to help myself. And I want to see other traders who are long only traders. I'm like, how can that's beyond my brain. How do you be a long only trader, and what are you seeing that I don't see? Because I see shorts everywhere, right? You know, and that's the advantage of having 4 people in a room, is that you've got different styles of trade. And I don't know Iris. This is the first time I've ever seen Iris. Nice to meet you, Iris.
Me too.
You know, but you seem to be, your trade you showed was very regimented. It was very systematic. You know, it came to your spot. You took a shot at it. You know, and
Well,
I'm not.
Troy, I want you to get into the fair value gap, which is so interesting. Basically, it's a imbalance, and I think you guys see that on the volume profile as a gap. Because I've done volume profile, but I switched over to it's from the ICT concept, but I have implemented more time-based analysis on it. So I basically renamed what you I think would. A lot of the things, you know, we see the same things, but we just look at it differently a little bit, but it eventually is the same. But a fair value gap is basically an imbalance, and which in volume profile, I believe what we noticed, because I was doing both at some point, but correct me if I'm wrong, Sam. I think those when we have a lot of the same entry points, I think, and when you're also in longer trades, and I think there are a lot of the times in volume profile they pop up as a gap. But no, Troy, well, I love to learn more from you as well, because I love what you're doing, and you know the footprint is also has my interest as well for scalping, and I love that you are in gold and oil, because those are 2 things that I want to branch out to. So hey, I hope we're going to spend a lot of time together.
No, you know, the short answer is 8 eyes are better than 2.
Yes.
And what you want to do is you want to take every single one of you has a niche. You've got an edge that's working for you, that has been honed and focused on and studied, you know, and we all have our niche. And the advantage of having a group of 4 is that extra 6 eyes, you know, 3 pair of eyes looking for potential entries, potential exits, you know. And even though I'm sure that you guys, when you watch me trade for 2 seconds, I'm in a trade for 2 seconds, you're like, you know, that's like, you know, stomping on the gas and then stomping on the brake, and you're getting whiplash, right? So, you know, it's a different style. And I think that the different styles is where the value of this group comes in. I hope that the people that are actually watching us can appreciate that that's where the value is, just having 8 sets of eyes with different, you know, entry ideas. I'm entering here because of XYZ, where Iris has got a fair value gap. I didn't even know what that was, but it's the same spot. So that's called confluence, right? And the more confluence we have, the higher the probability the trade will be successful. So it's like a giant win-win. I love this.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. Like, the truth be told, I don't fully 100% know what a fair value gap is. I hear them a lot, but I don't.
Yeah.
Like, if you asked me draw a fair value gap on a chart, I probably wouldn't be able to do it, because I wouldn't know.
You want to show? It's so simple.
Yeah,
so
please
simple.
do.
I'll
Please
show
do.
you. I'll show you. And it's good that our colleague mentioned to make maybe a glossary when, you know, people use jargon like I do, so we all can, and also the viewers, they can look it up. But no, let's go over fair value gap, because it's such a simple and such a so fair value gap. Oh, I need to share, of course.
No, you're already sharing.
Okay. Let me go to here. So a fair value gap is nothing different. So it's an imbalance. So that means, for example, here you have a candle that with a wick that comes to here, and then the next candle is this candle, and then the next candle is it. So it's always a 3 candle formation, and the wick, this wick, and the open part between this wick and this wick is the fair value gap, and this is called a BISI, buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency. So it only has buy side, and it still needs to have sell side. So
can you draw a box exactly where it is?
I will. I'm still on my new. Oh, where is my little? Oh, here you go. So this blue box. So it's from wick to wick. So this is the imbalance, and we call that a fair value gap. And we have two fair value gaps, a BISI and a SIBI. So the green one, the bullish ones, is the BISI, so buy side imbalance, sell side inefficient. And let us find a bearish one.
Is it wick to wick?
Yes. So here you have, well, it can also be an imbalance, like here, for example, this candle. Let me just find another one, which maybe is a better
What
example.
I want to do afterwards is I want to use the volume profile and see if it also. Do you see what I mean? If it is basically the same thing. Yeah.
Yes. Well, I think so. I think me and my friend, we already went over that when we were doing both, and we sort of like, oh, look at that. Is that fair value gap? Is that fair value gap? Because it's an imbalance, and I think that's where you have sometimes maybe. And here's one on the sell side. So these are very important.
Potential low volume node.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. That was it. The low volume node. That's the exact word. Yes. That was our. So here, this one is on the. So you see there is sell side, buy side inefficiency. So yeah. And then we also have the inversion fair value gap. But that's so interesting. I use that a lot in my analysis, but that is something we can. I'm not going to get too much confusion
Could
here.
you expand your chart so we can really see the candles themselves, like really make it extreme? Yeah.
Make it bigger.
Yeah. So I can. I'm sorry. I have to. You are. I am so appreciative you're taking the time to explain this because I have a major knowledge gap here.
So here you see exactly this little box.
Can you tell me what time is that? 9 a.m. Okay.
This candle is
9 a.m. candle, Eastern. 15-minute on NQ.
Yes. 9:30 Eastern.
So 2:30 for me. Oh yeah. So if I draw a volume profile from there to there, and then let's see. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's pretty awesome. So, do you mind if I just pop my screen up really quick? So,
yes, of course, I would love to see
show
it. And also imbalances, so opening
chart.
gaps. Show us.
So I did a volume profile from here all the way down to here, so just that little leg down, and there is a gap in volume right there. So that little area right there would be what I would draw. So like to explain what I do, I mean, to be honest, like I don't know what it's called. One day, like many years ago, I just playing around with the volume profile, and what I did, I just marked wherever price stopped, right? So price stopped here, for example, and I thought, what is it on the volume profile where it stops at? And the correlation I found with like a really high correlation is whenever there's a low volume node trapped between two higher volume nodes. So you got a bit of a higher volume there, and then low volume, and then a bit higher volume again. So I would draw then that low volume node I would pick out, and that would be my gap in volume, if that makes sense. And the logic I kind of came up with, and again, I might be completely wrong with this logic, but my logic is that these nodes get created because price essentially, when it moves, it gaps up, right? So the volume profile, like the point of control is only the point of control most of the time because price has been there the longest, right? So the longer price is at a certain price point, more contracts are going to be traded, and therefore the volume is going to be bigger, right? And low volume nodes is just where price doesn't like to be at, basically. It's traded very small amount of time. So whenever you get like a trend and there's just these kind of gaps, right? That means the market kind of jumped up very quickly, didn't even have an opportunity to trade a lot in that area, for example, right? So you can see how on this bullish trend up, if I, in fact, just make this all a bit bigger, just get rid of the volume profile really quick and just take like one leg up, right? So we had this really big leg up from here all the way up to here. So if I draw a volume profile from the bottom to the top, and then just find like where the low volume, exactly what those low volume nodes are, right? The ones trapped. So you have one really high up, but you kind of want to let it retrace obviously a bit. So you got one there, and then the furthest one down is all the way down here, right? So those would be like the two zones I would look at potentially buying, right? So that one has never been touched, but then this one, you know, it got into it, and then I'll be looking to buy potentially in that area. And you do that with, you know, any leg up, leg down, doesn't really matter. You can take like a read. I mean, this has been a huge leg up. So let's take a bit more of a, let me just get rid of all these drawings. Zoom out. Well, that's a huge leg up. This is just one massive trend. Has never retraced. All right, let's look at it here, for example. And then, okay, yeah, there's like a really obvious one right there. And then you draw that out, and then that would be the kind of the area I would be looking to buy at, where it potentially rejects. And then, do you see what I mean? So that's essentially how I find my areas of where I want to buy and sell. And there's bigger ones like that, where I would be looking for more of a bigger move or more of a harder rejection. And then there's like daily ones where if I turn on the daily session volume profile, loads of smaller ones that get created every single day. And then I'll draw them out and kind of, you know, wait for the next day to kind of touch them. Never touched it on that day and continue. Yeah.
And then,
so yeah, right here, for example, on that day, Wednesday, 25th of June, it created one here. And then the next day it kind of went back up and then to the T, just dipped back into it and then rejected up again and continued the trend. So I'd always have these zones kind of there with alerts waiting for it to come back in so I can buy it, sell it, whatever. Yeah. If it does break it, then I look for a trade on the opposite side.
And it makes sense.
Again,
you know why?
One
because
was created
the
right
market.
Here. All right, didn't quite touch it. There it is. Touched it to the T.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So the market only seeks two things, up, right?
So, yeah.
So I think I'm on mute, right? Am I on mute or not?
No, you're good.
I'm not,
no.
Sorry, yeah.
I bought these new headphones and they're not particularly good, so.
No, so the market, oh my God, my cat is, I'm sorry, but I have a very naughty cat now and she's trying to ruin my setup here. So she's walking on my desk. I tried to calm her down, but she just wants, she's going to be in the Zoom. You're going to be in the session if you keep on doing this because you're very naughty. I think she's going to jump on, but anyway, I have to sort that out for next time. So the market does only two things, right? It seeks liquidity or balances out imbalances. So that's why those are points of interest. Yeah, but I love to see that when we have, you know, these confluences in different view, how we look at things, and then, you know, just add them to your toolbox. And especially what you guys do, Paul and Sam, you scalp with that footprint, and obviously you too, Troy. So that's where I want to also get that footprint maybe involved to improve my scalping, because I'm more of expansion. I love expansion trades. Yeah, so and I want to get better in these ranging days, because you know, it's just like you don't have to trade it all the time, but just okay, you know, today I want to trade, it's a ranging day, let's, you know, I've got a model there, and yeah, let's get going. So that's my something I really want to work on.
Yeah. Well, you know, do you want some more confluence really quickly?
Sure.
So all of what we were just talking about with fair value gaps, low volume nodes and whatnot, this directly goes into what I've studied over the last 5 years of auction theory. And that's what kind of market profile is based off of. So like when you're studying auction theory, I mean, auctions have been happening on many of goods and services and whatnot for almost all of time, essentially. And observing personality within auctions and understanding the feelings that people have when auctions are behaving in different ways is kind of how you, generally speaking, come to those moments where you get these gaps because there's excitement, and then realizing, oh, maybe there's not that many people that are this excited, and then it trades back down, or the auction comes back down because there's not that many people that are interested. And you've got this whole essentially personality theory of sorts of how people value whatever is being auctioned off. And that's what I try to apply to the markets. And that's exactly what you try to apply, and you try to apply, everybody, but in their own system. So whether it's a fair value gap or what have you. So
yeah, it's
So
really
interesting. Jumping on. Go ahead.
Go on, Troy. No. That I was just going to say is really interesting.
Well, I was going to add to Paul's comment that so particularly for me over the last 3 years, you can see over my shoulder, I've got bookcases. I've got somewhere around between $10,000 and $15,000 worth of trading books. So I'm obsessed with markets, right? That being said, over the last year, I have not bought one book. Almost everything's available online now, and you buy it as an audio book or whatever. But what's interesting is the titles that I'm buying. And it is all, for me, it's not about a method. It's not about an indicator. It's not about a black box. It's not about quants. It's all about crowd behavior. I've gotten obsessed with crowd behavior and crowd psychology because what I believe is that when you look at a candlestick chart that shows price on one side and time across the bottom, you are seeing behavior, not price action. It's not a price action chart. It is a behavior chart. And if we can shift our brains to think of a price chart, any chart, as behavior, then we can say, okay, what is the behavior? It's buying. We should be long. The behavior is selling, and understanding that the price chart is a byproduct of behavior. And so like I said, I am like completely obsessed with crowd psychology, anything that has to do with crowd. And so I'm buying psychology-based books, not necessarily market behavior books, but it's all about learning how to recognize the behavior that the market is doing, and then therefore adjusting your trading accordingly. And I think that we have behavior type stuff that's happening in the market profile, and all of that is all part of what we're really trying to figure out. So what is the behavior, and to be able to say, hey, it's buying, let's go, jump on the train, right? And all of the market, the footprint chart, what's that doing? It's trying to give me an idea of what is the behavior. Are the sellers dominant or are the buyers dominant? And what I love about footprints is you can see it in real time. There's no hidden agenda. There's no bullshit. It's all real executed numbers in real time. That's what's so valuable about a footprint chart, is being able to see that in real time. When you see that the aggressive selling is slowing down and it's coming into support, what are we doing? We're watching the behavior. What are they doing? What are they doing? What are they doing? Are they continuing to sell? Are they pausing? Or do we start seeing buyers come in at support? And then, I see a blue number, an imbalance, as Iris was talking about imbalances, and how a fair value gap is an imbalance. And honestly, where do we make money every day is in imbalances. When the market is out of balance, that's when we want to pounce and make money. The problem is that over time, computers, algos are all looking for the same imbalances to take advantage of. And another way of saying that is that we're specialized arbitrage traders.
That's my edge, actually. That because it's computerized, the algo is my edge. Not the buying and selling pressure, because you don't know how many people are going to sell and to buy, but the algo, that there is an algo and it's scripted in many ways. That is where I get my edge in trading. So I love it that we have that. And That's why I'm obsessed with the algo. I'm just really obsessed with it, and time, and just how it works together, and it makes it. I can calculate. Sometimes it's possible for me to calculate a move, especially when I have my certain models. And I hope to show that maybe sometimes with some when the market is when the algo is just normally running, then it's when it's sort of like, things play out for me better. But when it's manipulated like this today, I just I have a loss. And yeah. But yeah, I love the algo. That's why they call me an alcoholic, I guess. Yeah.
Looks like Robert commented. We missed some Robert comments, and I think he left already. Darn it.
Robert. Well, we'll see him again tomorrow.
Yeah.
I just saw the futures is live, but I can't get the Hoops extra discount for the instant funding. Boo. I'm not entirely sure why. I mean, I'm sure there's probably a reason. I can't tell you why, unfortunately, because I don't know the ins and outs of. But normally you play the game and then you get the discount.
I think Robert got a deal with Paul P. with about a head. Because I was watching this former session, and I think it was Robert that Paul P. Or if he did a trade again, then he would make sure that he gets Hola Prime cap. Yeah, if I'm correct, if that's the Robert. Yeah, so Robert is good in art of the deal as well.
Very nice. Yeah, we should start giving away merch, to regular viewers who I don't know. We'll come up with some kind of fun things that they can participate in, and then you win a shirt, a hat, whatever it might be.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a really nice idea.
Awesome. I know we didn't do this in the beginning, but I'm Troy. I'm from Knoxville, Tennessee, in USA, and I don't know where you guys are from. You want to go around the circle?
Yeah, we can do.
Yeah, I'm from Orlando, Florida.
East Coast.
I've been to Knoxville many times, actually, so love it there.
Go Vols. Are you a big Gator? Are you the Gator fan?
I'm not. I have many friends that are, but I'm a Knights fan. I went to UCF, so.
Nice fan. Okay.
Very nice. Iris?
Yeah, so I'm originally Dutch, but I am here in South Africa, literally living in a nature reserve. So yeah, it's really nice. But when you need like a new laptop, it's like I need to drive quite a bit to get a new one. So like that's why I had to go today to some other area. But yeah, I'm just I'm really a traveler, and but I stay longer periods in time, and in my country now is South Africa. Yeah, so I'm basically I used to do conservation work. Little bit on a low profile right now, but I'm gonna pick that up again. Yeah, so I love the wildlife and the bush and the nature here.
Cool.
And I live in London, and it's a concrete jungle, so no nature, no wildlife. But yeah, what can you do? The weather's been good recently. I have to give England that.
That's nice.
Normally
yeah.
we're known
I'm
for
freezing
our rain.
here.
We're known. Because you're southern hemisphere, aren't you? So it will be winter by you.
Yeah.
It?
Well, but winter means only in the evening that it gets cold. So in daytime it's still 20 degrees. But for us, we're not used to it was just 2 or 3 months. But at night it gets and because the houses are made to be cold, in summertime. So when it's like 20 degrees outside, it's 15 degrees in the house. So at night it gets like 17, 15 degrees. So then it gets like 12, 10 degrees in your home. So sometimes you just go outside because just to get a little bit overheat. And they don't have central heating here. We do have little heaters and stuff like that. But I just don't like. For me, it's just I prefer the heat. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got
that's about as hot
bones
as it gets in the UK. Florida's hot though, isn't it? That I've been there a few times. That was man, without AC, you couldn't do anything.
Yeah. Central AC is a must. That's for sure here. I don't think anybody's moving here without the central AC. So yeah, I mean, but I love it. Like Florida is the best when it's like in the so in Celsius, I would say somewhere around like 25 degrees Celsius or so. That's pretty nice in like the 50s to low 60s Fahrenheit in Florida. I love it.
Oh,
So
that
great.
never happened. Very rare though.
It's like a month.
Yeah.
It's like a month maybe.
Yeah, I actually was in Orlando for 14 months at a specialized school, 2004, and it was. Everybody asks you, "What do you?" Oh, you love Florida, right? And I go, I love Florida from the mid-November to mid-March, and the rest of the year, it's like you can walk outside, you can cut the air. The air is so thick, it's so humid, and in the summertime, it might only be 90 degrees, but it's going to be 90% humidity. You walk out and you're instantly wet. You're just wet all over. So it was funny because it was in a class, and most of the people in the class were native Floridians is what we call them here, Floridians, native Floridians. And I wore a pair of shorts and a sweatshirt all winter, and they thought I was nuts. And on the days when it was 50 degrees, they would wear a parka with a down heavy jacket. And I'm like, what is wrong with you people? It's 50 degrees. This is fantastic. I'm in shorts and a sweatshirt. And it was just really funny because it's what you get acclimatized to over time. You like in Tennessee, we're kind of in the middle of we're not too hot, we're not too cold, we're kind of in the middle. But if you're from the north where it's freezing cold, those guys are wearing shorts when it's 40 degrees out.
Yeah.
Nobody in their right mind is wearing shorts, right? So it's just, I guess it's what you get used to, what you get acclimatized to. And I'm sure Sam, if he came here, he'd be like, where do I put my umbrella? Because it rains here, but it doesn't rain here all the time, like in London. I guess you guys are pretty wet there, hey?
The majority of the year, there's going to be rain. I mean.
Man.
And you can't even when the forecast says, no rain, is going to be a nice clear day, they're lying to you. There will be some kind of rain at some point. It's so unpredictable. It always happens, but you get used to it here. Everything is, I don't know, just used to it now,
Of course. Yeah, I've got cold bones. I've got bones now that need warming all the time. So if it's like below, like if it's in the 50s, I am definitely starting to wear some layers of some sort, which is ridiculous. Fahrenheit, I'm talking. Yeah. So, but I love it. I enjoy. Like I can put more clothes on. I can't take more clothes off as it gets hotter. So there's a limit to the upside as unlike the downside. So.
Yeah. Well,
it's good that we got people from all over the world. It's always awesome. Even someone from the Southern Hemisphere. I've never actually been to the Southern Hemisphere. I've never been below the equator.
No jet lag.
Is it true that toilets flush the other way, anti-clockwise? Is that a myth or is that true?
No, well, I'm gonna watch that now because it's funny because normally I'm used to sunrise from the ocean, and then it sets or we have sunrise in the ocean. But now here it's the other way around, so I don't have any suns. So everything is. That's why we also have winter and summer, the different opposites from in the Netherlands. But the only thing here is that at night it gets really dark very soon. We don't have like long summer nights when we have summer. It just gets a little bit darker or a little bit lighter until 7 p.m. at night. But it doesn't get like in the Netherlands we used to have, the longest day would be 10-ish, 11 in the evening, right? But we don't have the. But I do like that, especially when you're in the bush. You know, the bush is at night. You're on the bottom of the food chain. Your life goes into the house, and daytime we're outside. But then you just go, you know, because there's leopards around and stuff like that. So you're just inside, and you do sit outside on your terrace, but you don't go to the neighbors. You don't walk. You know, you take your car or something like that, and it gets quiet because people go inside. And that's what I like about life here. So nights
like,
gets really quiet, and
no
yeah,
light,
and
no light pollution there.
I hardly have any light pollution. No, I have ocean view from here, and it's basically there are houses in between, but because there's so many trees, you don't see the lights. Yeah, yeah, that's something that I really it is. I must honestly say, this little town is. I'm like, oh, there's a lot of motorcycles, so I do hear a little bit more noise than I used to hear in the other place where I used to live. But I have like this nature reserve. I literally live next to a nature reserve, so it could be that you see a monkey suddenly. And last time I had a bat inside. But yeah, so but it is traffic wise a little bit because there are a lot of little roads, and if you have like young people with motorbikes and they're hanging out, you know. But no, it's just a lot of green and no light pollution. And that's something I now, yeah, I really value, because you don't have that in many situations. I know. Yeah.
I find that
Yeah.
interesting what you said earlier about the short nights, because here in the UK, for example, it's a bit different. But here in the UK, and I'm sure it will be the same in the Netherlands. Actually, it goes when the sun starts to set. Like the process of daylight to nighttime it's quite. It takes a bit of time. It takes maybe an hour,
Yes.
hour and a half, or whatever, and it slowly kind of
Yeah.
goes dark. But the closer you get to the equator, I remember, like when I was in Africa, the same thing. When I was in the in UAE in Dubai, it's light, and then all of a sudden it's dark. It's almost instant, and you're just like, it was.
Yeah.
The sun was out a minute ago, and it was already dark.
I'm in the dark.
Yeah,
it is. You're
it's
totally right
incredible.
about that. Yeah, it's really weird. Yeah, it goes very fast. Yeah, we do have a little bit of I mean, no, it just. I must say here, I feel that I have a little bit more time before I'm really in the dark. But in Hoedspruit, where I'm originally based, that's like boom, exactly what you said. And like, oh. Yeah.
That's
funny.
awesome.
Yeah. It all has its charms, you know. Also winter, I do like the winter when I can ice skate. I don't like the cold, but the winter, you know, ice skating on the canals. But it doesn't happen that often. We have the good winters. When I still was in the Netherlands, we had it maybe once in 3 or 5 years. And then, you know, and then you have to be lucky that, you know, you're not ice skating when it's already melting. But that's something I really love doing. I don't know. Can you do that as well in London? Do you have a lot of in winter ice?
Yeah.
That you have.
Yeah, they're kind of like pop up. You'll have like these fairs pop up, and you know, you got all the typical fairground games and everything, and sometimes they have like an ice rink as well. And they pop up pretty much every year around Christmas time, mostly, obviously. But
exactly. Yeah, that's the only thing I like about winter. But besides that, I prefer.
If you do like winter, I have to say Iceland is probably one of the most magical places I've ever visited.
Have you been?
Yeah, just the sky. I can't describe it. Everything is magnified there. You look up at the stars, and there's no light pollution, so you can see everything really clearly. But everything is just bigger. Like each star just looks as if someone's, you know, magnified it, and you're just like, wow. And you really see almost like the whole galaxy.
Wow. Did you see the green light?
I didn't see the northern light. No, sadly they weren't there. But apart from that, it's incredible.
I've been twice, Sam. Yeah, I agree.
No, did you?
I saw the northern lights the second time I went. I've got a picture of it. Maybe I can share it with everybody if I can find it.
Yes.
But very cool. It genuinely is. It genuinely is like the landscapes are just out of this world.
Yeah, you would see like
Norway is beautiful too.
You would see like you'll be driving down a road in the middle of nowhere. And on one side, it'll be all icy and snow, and then the other side, it'll be no snow. And I always wondered how.
Yeah.
But it's something to do with the mountains and the air pressure and whatnot. And yeah, I'm no meteorologist, but yeah, it's truly incredible. I mean, it's like an alien planet, that place.
Yeah, it really is. I don't know if my phone's gonna be able to, if you're gonna be able to see it very well, but you can't because the light is like too. It's like where that really light area is. That's where the green is, but you can't really see it because of the camera. But yeah, going during the winter time there, like their actual winter time. I mean, it's like almost always winter time there, but their actual winter time and then their springtime, you know, quote unquote, you get to see the greenery, and then you get to just see all the like the pure ice snow kind of landscapes. Absolutely insane. We did the snowmobiling up on like the tallest glacier in the world or whatever there on the eastern side. I've got GoPro video of that. That's insane. And then we did another snowmobiling thing this past time when it was during the wintertime. Literally snowmobiled on the second largest glacier in the world in a blizzard. So that was scary. but yeah, crazy.
Which month did you go?
Yeah.
So the first time for the springtime, we went in like late April. And then for the winter time, it was early December.
Wow, so that's
So
really
I
two
went
different.
April.
Yeah. Was it a honeymoon?
The first time, no, both of them were family trips. So we went with one side of the family the one time, and then the other side of the family the other time. My honeymoon was in Japan, actually. That was pretty cool too. So.
Oh wow.
Yeah, very fun.
That's incredible. Yeah, I went in March 2017. That's the picture.
Dude, I went in April of 2017. We were literally there 1 month.
We would have
apart.
bumped into each other because it's such there's only one place you can go to. Reykjavik.
That's crazy. That is so crazy. We drove around the entire country though for 11 days. So
yeah, I love that. Sounds amazing. I mean, those two are both on my bucket list: Japan, Finland, and some more things. Yeah.
Japan's
what a
great.
Small world.
It really is.
8 years ago.
Yeah, like I can't believe that. That's wild. Wow.
Oh wow. Yeah, it's crazy. The world really is small when you things like that happen. And it is tiny, the world, if you actually think about it.
Well, yeah. I used to work for KLM, and we could travel really cheap. So I would go to Thailand, and I would go to one of those islands. And there was this one time I can still remember, like the day of yesterday. And I thought, oh my God! And I just I don't know if I can tell the full story. No, let me just. So I went into the ocean. Let me just leave it at that. And then somebody said,
I need a margarita?
No. So I think you will fill it in when I get to the. And I heard, "Hey, Iris," and I'm like, "Oh shit! I can't get out of the water now." And I was looking. It was one of my colleagues of KLM. And I'm like, I'm in the ocean, in one of the smallest islands in Thailand, and I just thought, like one moment, and I just, in that time we still, we went topless sometimes, but I don't do it when there's people around, and I just went into the ocean quickly, and I thought, just have a quick swim, and no one's around here, and then suddenly, there were some people, but they were in the ocean, and I thought, I can get out, and nobody sees me, and then while we were inside, they were. Hey, Iris, and are you kidding me? And I thought, okay, I'm not getting out. I stayed in the water and stuff like that. But I imagine the world is really small when you travel, and it's just like you meet you meet people that in the weirdest places sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, it is incredible. I love to travel. Traveling,
me too.
Probably one of my favorite things to do.
Yes.
Same.
Well, and the beautiful part is if you have high speed internet, you can work from anywhere in the world. I mean, and it's amazing. We just did a trip to the Azores.
Wow.
And it's my first time outside of the U.S. Well, outside of let's say closest to Europe. And we flew into Lisbon and then we went to the Azores. But we had rented a car and we were driving around. Of course, the car, Paul, you'll appreciate this. The car was like a clown car. It was like this big, okay? But the thing is that all the roads and streets were this big.
Yeah.
So I was literally driving it with my shoulders in. I was so nervous because the streets, and especially on the one ways, you'd have a little tiny sidewalk where people are walking and the curb, and then there's your tire and the curb are like this close. I mean, I was freaking out. I was driving like this the whole way. But we were way off onto the main island, Porta del Lago. I can't probably said it wrong, but we're in this little tiny town on the north side of the island, and we stopped and ate at this little tiny place, and they said free Wi-Fi. So I put my phone connected to their Wi-Fi and did a speed check. They were at 500 MIPS per second. 500. I mean, that's like half a gig, right? And this is in the middle of the ocean, in the tiniest of tiny towns. They are on a fiber ring. And I'm like going, oh my God. I showed my wife. I went, here, look at this. You're not going to believe the speed, internet speed. And she's like, we could live here.
Yeah.
So, I mean, nowadays, it just, especially with, I can't believe I'm working for a company via Hong Kong, via India, right?
Yeah.
It's hard because I'm the guy that's 14 hours behind or ahead. And, so like yesterday we had this one at 4 p.m. Hong Kong time, which is 4 a.m. my time. That's kind of, you have to work at that a little bit. But the fact is we can work from anywhere. So that means places that never would have ever been an option for us, now are.
Yeah.
So the island one of the islands in the Azores is full tilt, probably as good or better internet than what I've got here in the U.S.
Amazing.
So
I didn't know that you guys were behind then.
Yeah.
I thought the US was always the fastest in delivering.
No, you know what
the
it
best.
is? There's a lot of countries, especially like in Asia, that have ridiculously fast internet because they built all the infrastructure relatively recently, whereas countries like the US, the UK, we still have old cables laying underground, and it's just too much of an effort digging it all up, putting in the new fiber optics, and it's just too much investment to kind of get it all up to speed because we built our infrastructure 20 some plus years ago. So yeah, I mean, like traveling sometimes, even on the mobile, like because you get these eSIMs now, so you don't even have to buy a SIM card when you travel. And then I just connect a hotspot to that, and I'm getting incredible speeds, and I can barely, get reception half the time in the UK.
Right.
Amazing.
That's so funny.
Yeah, actually, the Azores are on our potential list of retirement home.
Oh, really?
Wow.
We were there during January. We purposely picked the worst time. We actually researched it. What's the worst weather? Because we wanted to experience the worst weather. And it rained maybe 4 out of the 6 days we were there. And it was foggy. But the coldest, it was like 60 degrees. And I was like, I can live with this. If this is the worst they can throw at me, this is awesome. And one of the other things I was just amazed about was the water is straight out of it's a volcanic island. So the water, the fresh water straight out of the volcano. And you would normally in the US, if you're anywhere near a volcano, it's full of sulfur and the water tastes terrible. But the water in the Azores was so good. I found myself just trying to drink water because it tasted so good. It's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah.
But I would love to have more time to travel as well. I think we all have that desire, and hopefully, at a an employer that's willing to do remote, that'll allow us to move wherever we want.
Yeah.
So I'm
Oh,
excited.
yeah, I mean, I was
That's
thinking.
what I did.
I was browsing already. Holiday homes. Just stay 2 weeks, 3 weeks somewhere nice, and I could still trade. I just take my camera and everything, still do sessions. It's not a problem. I mean,
Oh, guys, if you want to come to South
That's the beauty.
Africa, I can get you a nice home and make sure, because we got fiber here. Where I was in the bush, we did not. I was working on 4 megabits and max 10 megabits upload download speed, and that was sort of like and we could get 25, but it was quite hard. And here the packages start from 25 megabits, up download speed. So I'm really happy that I moved to this place. The funny thing is, Troy, that even though I love the nature, but when it comes to Wi-Fi, I think it's basically next to nature one of the most important things that I find really important, because I also love doing this, and I can't afford. I need. This is how I make my money. I trade, so it's sort of like. I tried it for a while and it worked, but it was always struggling. Wi-Fi breaking off because there's a tree going in front of it. When there's wind. So I'm really, really enjoying the good internet again, and just having not that other day we had a session but I have a backup always. It can happen, but yeah, no. For me, actually, to be honest, what's the most important thing? Have a nice location, but hey, hell, we need internet. We cannot do without it.
Well,
So,
one of our coaches, Michael, he's originally from Atlanta, but he lives in Mexico now, in some, I don't know where exactly, but it's apparently really nice right by the beach, but very kind of, away from a lot of, infrastructure. And he uses Starlink for his internet. So that Elon Musk satellite thing. So that's it's incredible. Even if you're wherever you are, you still somehow do it. It's incredible today.
Was there any kind of lag?
I mean, look, would Wi-Fi still be preferred choice? Absolutely, but he could still stream. He could still trade. He might have like a couple of seconds lag sometimes, but for the most part, it was decent enough to get the job done. So
he trades on Starlink as well. So he works on. He uses it. Well, I mean, if it works, it works. Amazing. Yeah, it's sort of an issue in South Africa. Elon Musk being South African, and he cannot launch Starlink here. So he's fighting that at the moment. Yeah, no, it's really.
Also, it's not available there.
No, because the rule in South Africa is that if you have a company, you have to employ, or you have to sell your company for 30%. It has to be to a black person. So he says that's that's actually being racist. If I'm a white person, I don't have to sell my company. But that rule is a rule. South Africa has been in the news a bit. So there are a little bit of rules in that area, and that's why he can't. He says, no, I'm not going to obey to that rule. But now I think they are going to change those rules a little bit, because they also want to attract more investors. But nobody wants to sell their company because of that reason, right? Or have to have 30% of your stocks going to a party just because they, it doesn't make any sense.
So 30% of the company must be owned by minority.
Yeah, well, actually, we are the white people are a minority here, because there's only 92% nowadays is not non-black in South Africa, so it's not a minority technically.
Oh, okay, okay.
But it's just one of those rules that still stem from apartheid. But it's just really, they are now seeing that they are pushing away a lot of foreign investments as well. So I think there are a lot of rules that are actually based on equality and stuff like that. But actually, it's not really equality anymore, because it sort of like tilts a little bit to the other side. But I do get where it comes from, because there's so much poverty here, and there's a lot of young people that can't find a job and stuff like that. So there are a lot of issues too. I mean, the country's not perfect, but for me it is good. But if you are, just coming from school here and you want to find a job, for a lot of people it's really, really hard. Yeah. So we need Starlink, people who need jobs. We need Elon Musk to create jobs here and stuff like that. Yeah. So I hope that that will sort it out.
Well, I'll tell you.
Well, here he fired half the government, so I don't know what his ability is to create jobs, but we certainly have seen his ability to get rid of jobs.
I think his plan is to create his own political party. That's kind of where it feels like it's going, right?
Oh, 100%.
I think he said that already, right? He's starting already.
Yeah, it's going to be called the American Party.
Good luck. That's a hard road to go down, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But he's always gone down hard roads, so I must say, or difficult
He's a
ones.
contrarian.
If he succeeds,
well,
yeah.
Honestly, the parties we have kind of failed. So, I can see the need for a third party. My concern is I don't want to become like Europe, that has 40 different parties and everything is so factionalized that nothing ever gets done. At least that's my perception of Europe.
It is.
I don't mean to offend anyone. I'm truly the stupid American.
No, you're right.
But I think a third party would actually be really good for our political landscape, just because the two parties have gotten so entrenched that nobody wants to do anything new, because it would be what? New. Something might work over here. No, we can't have that. Right, Paul?
Exactly. No, it's so true. Gridlock is a true thing here as well. So, yeah.
We traditionally in the UK had two major political parties, similar, left, right, but kind of, on the political ladder. But in more recent times, we've had more parties kind of come in. Some have been more far right. Some have been more like the Green Party has been very, all about the environment, and way more left. So we've had more extremes come in on the spectrum, but they're just not getting the same traction. It's still going to be the two major parties. That generally, because there's almost no point voting for a third party, because you might as well just not vote.
Well, because
do you see what I mean?
Yeah, they're gonna to get a majority, they're gonna have to get with one of the other two. So you end up with the other two are still sort of the major players, right? And the third party has to sort of align with one or the other to get a majority.
But Elon, though, I think he might actually manage it. I mean, I will never underestimate Elon, and the man, if he does, he will quite literally be the most powerful person. I mean, he's already the richest.
Yeah,
he's already very, before his fallout with Trump, but at that time when he was, still best friends with Trump, he was very powerful in terms of politics. And now
he's so brash that I think he tends to embrace the brashness instead of saying, hey, I mean, everybody in the US believes the government should be smaller. Everybody. Yet at the same time, we don't want to throw everything out. We want to cut where there's truly is fat, not cut everything. You just don't throw out an entire department or an entire segment of whatever just to cut. You got to kind of be smart about it. I think they should have said, instead of cutting what he did, he should have said, okay, everybody have a meeting, cut 10%. And then a year later, everybody have a meeting and cut another 10%. So it shrinks on a smaller, and you say, okay, well, maybe we have 25 people retiring. Let's just not replace those people, right? Do it smart. Do it smart where you don't lose services. You get better. You just cut the fat out. And I think this idea, and we call it, at least I don't know what you guys call it, but I call it, it's kind of the hedge fund cuts method. And that's where a hedge fund comes in and buys, and they throw all the management out and start over again, right? Yeah. And that sometimes doesn't even work for the hedge fund. It's not necessarily the greatest, way to do something or get something done. Is to more maybe, I hate committees because we committee ourselves to death, but they at least should have a meeting and say, okay, where can we cut? Where's the true fat? Even if they have to bring in an outside consultant to, sort of have an open view, because obviously, it's like, hey, I've got a secretary and da-da-da, how can I live without them? Right? I mean, but somebody else can come in and go, hey, now wait a minute. Your secretary's not doing everything you think she is, and you should subcontract that out or whatever. Yeah. You need a third party to come in and sort of help with that, but at the same time, it's got to be a smart way of doing things. That's my argument. Yeah. I thought and I'm registered Republican, but I hate to say that, but I'm an old school Republican. I'm a Reagan Republican.
Yeah, Ronald Reagan.
And I will try very hard not to bash one side or the other side, as I know we are now, according to our newest directive, we are to not talk about politics. So I will try to do my best to keep that out of the discussion.
And really quickly.
Go on, Paul.
Sorry, really quickly. I did, in the middle of us talking in the last 15 minutes, I did take a small trade, but it got scratched out relatively quickly. So it was a nothing trade because nothing was happening, and I was like, okay, I don't like this, and I just got out. So now we're coming back down here in the ES a little bit, but yeah. So
don't blame you. I mean, the market. I'm just had a little peek at the ES right now, and
it's ugly.
The volume profile is almost a perfect range. It's a perfect triangle. Yep.
Yeah. I was hoping for a little breakout, up into the 84 to 88 area on the ES, just a little 4 to 6 points, maybe scalp. And then it just was everything was just dead for literally 10 minutes. I was like, this is a dumb trade. I'm going to get out of this. There's no point in being in this. So I did, and then it went down. So I'm glad that I followed my intuition and understanding. So
yeah.
I would like one of you guys. Have you already set up on Project X if behind the scenes I would like some help how to get my stop loss and my TP, and when I take a order, I can't figure it out how to get that on my. So maybe you can help me afterwards, or maybe tomorrow.
Just drag it.
No, but I don't get it on the screen. I don't see how I can set it. I've tried everything, so that's why I was trying yesterday as well, and then that's why I got in drawdown.
You can so to put this on the Project X, it's you right click in the price area that you want for a stop. Do you talk about that or no?
Yeah, no, I wanted when I enter the trade and then it already pops up like in Trading View.
Gotcha.
When you take the trade. Oh, you don't have that. You do it manually.
Yeah, I'm just on the bid offer chain, and
I want to automate that, but I can't. I don't know. I for some reason I just can't figure it out. But I'll figure it out. And do you, Sam? How do you do it? How do you put your stop loss in?
I enter the market order, and then once the line appears, like my entry line, I just drag. Click on it and drag it to wherever I want my stop and TP.
Okay, so you don't. Okay, so it makes sense. But so also you don't have it when the moment you, because I want to program it like to have 25 ticks stop loss, for example, and 50 ticks, that it goes automatically. Because when it just suddenly starts moving, I can just quickly move it. Because I got into that move yesterday and I forgot that I was I was trying out some things, and I entered. And I was actually looking if there was a lag between TradingView and the market data. And I thought I was on MNQ. But in that little box, you also have to change the instrument, right? And I was on NQ. And I got into that move that Trump went down. So I'm a little bit in drawdown on that account, obviously. And then my computer was lagging as well. So I want that stop loss in the moment I enter the trade. And so even though it's just but okay, I'll figure it out.
I'll
and
have a look and yeah. But everyone, that is time. So yes. Iris, Troy, Paul, it's been an absolute pleasure on this session. Really, really good session. Lots of good chats about trading and non-trading related stuff. So
yeah,
it's been good. Yeah. But have a great rest of your day to everyone, and we'll catch you all, I guess, in tomorrow. I'm not sure, Troy, what session you're in, but you're in the same session?
Yep.
Perfect. Now, see you all guys tomorrow. Have a good rest of your day. Take care, everyone.
Been a pleasure.
Bye-bye.
Take care.